begin with turning on the microphone. Good afternoon. Let me welcome everybody to the workshop on the draft 2015-2016 budget, operation budgets. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Doring, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Put your hand over your hearts. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Mattioli, roll call, please.
Councilmember Doring,
Here.
Vice Mayor White,
Here.
Mayor Galbraith,
Here.
Councilmember Kroll, here, Councilmember Pitts.
Here.
All right. As I mentioned, we're dealing with the operations budget for fiscal year 2015-2016. The key word is draft. We're dealing with the draft budget. It's a budget that needs to be in place by July 1st under state law. And in terms of method of proceeding, I would like to proceed first by the city manager providing her report. And then as we go through the departmental reviews, I will open it up to public comment following each specific review. While the normal rule is that any person can only comment once during our meeting, I won't apply that rule here, so that if a person wants to comment on more than one department, he or she can. Now, there's an awful lot of information that's being presented both to us and to the public this afternoon. My hope is that the council can at least provide direction to staff by the end of the day with respect to what we wish to see as the assigned, reserved, or rainy day fund for the next fiscal year, because to me that's the rock upon which we have to build. And then because there is so much information and because there are a number of alternatives that we face, I'm pretty clear we're going to need, I'm afraid, another budget workshop where the council works through the discussion after we've had the discussion today, and both we and the public have had an opportunity to absorb the information that's being presented today. And so before I begin, let me also commend staff for the very well-prepared document that is before us. And by staff, I mean our city manager, our finance director, our management analyst, Mandy Kellogg, and our administrative services manager, Don Marshall. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the city manager. As I should also mention, because this is a workshop, we don't invite public comment on matters other than what's involved in the workshop. So if members of the public have public comment, then please come tomorrow night and we'll entertain it. So with that, Ms. Phillips, if you could begin.
Thank you very much. So we're here this afternoon to present the draft 15-16 budget. We've put this together with a lot of thought, assessing our revenues that we project for the coming year and what our expenditures are going to be. And so I will be walking you through some of the philosophies and how we put this document together. Talk about some options moving forward. Director Mitz will be walking you through the actual numbers, an overview of revenues and expenditures, and then I'll be asking each department head to come up and present their department budgets and talk about their services, some achievements that we've had in this current fiscal year, and some goals for the coming year. And so today we're going to do a budget overview, which I'll be responsible for around 1:30. It is 1:30. At the end of that, we've asked the nonprofits that the city has supported in the past to come and make a brief presentation, and any other nonprofit that recently contacted us with regards to this information or this opportunity, and then each of the departments. So just to go through our process, this began in February. Direction was given to the council, to the department heads on how to put the budget together. We also did a goal setting with the council at the end of February, and we conducted a community survey to get some feedback on budget priorities. During March, departments were putting their budgets together. We were looking at priorities for the budget, and we assessed the results of the community survey and incorporated those into our budgets. In April, we did a financial review of the budget, and each department head sat with me and reviewed their budgets. And here we are now in May. We have a finalized draft document that we're presenting to council and the community and conducting this workshop. As the mayor mentioned, we believe there might be an additional need for workshops, so I have one scheduled potentially in the end of May and even early June if necessary. And our goal is to adopt the final budget at our last council meeting in June, which would be June 23rd. So just kind of going over what's happening statewide. Local governments continue to have challenges. We're still getting less state and federal funding than we have in years past, and so we need to stand on our own more than we have in the decades past. Nationally and for California, the economies are getting better. Governor Brown announced this morning they have a $3 billion surplus for the state of California, so I'm sure that they'll be working on how to spend that. Unfortunately, we don't have that same benefit. Concerns over a global recession are what we're hearing out in the economic world, which would have an impact locally as well. Personnel costs are impacting expenses California-wide. We continue to see cost increases related to PERS, although many agencies, including St. Helena, have taken steps towards having employees contribute towards their pension costs. We're still seeing those costs increase. Cost of services are increasing at or above CPI. Many organizations, including St. Helena, made an effort during the recession not to have contracts for services increase. As we were cutting back, we asked our vendors to do the same thing. However, now that the economy is doing better, we're starting to see those increase passed on to us again. Generally, costs are exceeding pre-recession levels. So across California, as you're looking at where local governments are, our costs are the same as they were at pre-recession levels, but most of us are still down 10 to 15% from staffing. So we haven't brought those staff back, yet our costs are the same and the demands for services remain the same. So there's a gap there for many of us as we struggle to provide services to our communities. In St. Helena, revenues are showing modest increases, which is good news for us. We are seeing increases in personnel costs, which are impacting our expenses. Like California, cost of services is increasing. We did make an effort to fund our council priorities, which I'll go through in a minute. We are investing in operational initiatives, which we've been talking about, improving things within the organization that maybe had been neglected or had not been a priority in the past. We're striving to find a balanced budget, which legally we need to do. We cannot pass an unbalanced budget, so we have to find the solutions to pass a balanced budget by the end of June. We certainly want to try to protect the general fund reserve, which is our rainy day fund, as the mayor mentioned, and we were unable to fund any departmental additional needs that were outside of the council's strategic objectives, as there just wasn't funding available to do so. So one of the things we've done to highlight the strategic objectives that have been set by the council that was discussed in February and ratified in March is we created a logo, and you're going to see that logo throughout this presentation, and it helps identify the initiatives that we have funded in this budget that directly relate to the council's strategic objectives. And just to quickly review, those 6 were to review long-term revenue options, to review our fees for services, to conduct a financial assessment of water and wastewater for the rates, to assess our infrastructure needs, to continually update the long-range financial forecast, and to hire a project economic manager. So as we put the budget together, we have some strategies, and we certainly had a budget focus, and I just want to highlight how we did that and what those were. So again, it was trying to achieve council's strategic objectives. That's the reason for having strategic objectives and priorities. That's what I put first as we looked at what we wanted to fund in this budget. And so we are developing a process. We put money in to develop a process for a city charter and a ballot initiative for a real property transfer tax as directed by council. We put money in to conduct a planning and building fee study, as well as a water and wastewater rate review. We put money in to develop a facility assessment plan so we know how to fund and take care of our facilities. We are trying to put some funds, and the Public Works Director will talk to that, to maintain the city's infrastructure the best that we can with the revenues that we have, most that are non-general fund related. to hire a project economic manager, and to seek revenue enhancements. And that's one set of areas that we focused on. We needed to add $528,000 in expenditures. We've talked about that before. That's to cover the state revolving loan payment for the flood control project that was formerly paid with Measure A funds. We did hire a grant manager to help seek additional funds for projects for the city that we can't afford to fund through our own revenues. We also added the water conservation position to help with water conservation and implement the programs related to that. And we also focus on organizational initiatives such as community engagement, records management, continued organizational management improvements, seeking opportunities for cost savings and shared services, and reviewing service models for the fire department. So those were really our focuses as we put the budget together. You can see there's no fluff and anything that's outside of just good public administration and supporting the council goals that's in this budget. For the budget document that was provided to the council and is online, available on the city's website, the document has a budget overview similar to what we're going over today. There's budget summaries by fund and by expense, so the council and the community can see how we're spending our monies. There's budget details for each of the departments, and we tried to identify for categories within each department that exceeded $1,000. We tried to provide more detail. We're very hopeful that this budget document is more transparent and more clear to our council and our community than it has been in the past. Our team put a tremendous amount of effort not only to helping ensure that the numbers were accurate, which is our first priority, but also that it can be more understood and is more clear for the community and the council to understand. For today, the council presentation, I'm going to go over some reserve levels in our different funds, our main funds. I did do a quick update of the long-range financial forecast with this new information so you can see where we are. Some revenue options, some expenditure options that I'd like to provide to the council. A budget overview by our finance director. Take a break and have our nonprofits make their brief presentations. And then, as I mentioned, each department will make a presentation. They'll do a quick overview, share some accomplishments, their goals, the budget summary for their departments, and then their presentations will highlight any specific changes, anything that's major, so the council understands why there's a major change in their budget. We'd like to highlight a few unfunded additional needs, that there was just not adequate funding to be able to support some of these departments, and some service options that the council may like to consider as we look to balance this budget. So our general fund reserve, just to kind of help everybody understand where we were and how we got here, in the 13-14 CAFR, it was identified to have $3.3 million. So remember, in accounting terms, we have an assigned general fund reserve of $2 million, which is our rainy day fund. Anything that's remaining in the general fund reserve is considered an unassigned general fund reserve and would be technically available for council to expend. It's council's discretion to spend the entire general fund reserve. It's just the assigned reserve is we don't have a formal policy, but council has had an informal policy of having at least 20 to 25% reserve, which is very important for the financial health of our organization, of our city. And so we have the $2.2 million set aside in an assigned general fund reserve and the $1.3 million available to spend. For the 14-15 budget, we're estimating that the assigned general fund reserve for this fiscal year remains untouched because, again, that's our savings account. But the unassigned general fund reserve drops to $600,000 because we utilize $700,000 to balance the 14-15 budget, because at the mid-year we came to council and we brought to you additional expenses that were incurred for 14-15. And that was done through a council action at the beginning of this calendar year. And so we estimate that the general fund reserve balance for the end of this fiscal year will be $2.6 million. $2 in your savings account, $600,000 available if the council were to choose to spend that. And the $2 million is about 20% of your expenditures, 18 to 20, just a little bit under. I always find this to be a very helpful chart to walk you through your general fund budget. So again, there's the 2.6 million at the end of this fiscal year. What we're projecting in revenues is nearly $10 million, 9.9 million. With a small transfer in, your total general fund revenues is 9.9 million for this coming fiscal year. We expect to expend the budget that we've prepared and presenting to you today, 10.5 million. We also are transferring out 300,000, so your total expenditures are 10.8 or 10.9 million. If you were to use general fund reserves to cover that entire amount, you would have 1.6 million at the end of the 15-16 budget year, and that leaves you about a 15% reserve. The other way to do it, and these aren't either or, these are just examples on the extreme of either side, the same expenditures, but you were to cut your expenditures by down to 9.5 million, and you use no general fund reserves, you would then have 27% reserves, and your general fund reserve would end at 2.7 million. One of the things that we'll talk about today is maybe a hybrid in between that, but we wanted to show you what the extreme was on each end. Total cuts of 10% to your expenditures that we've presented, or using your general fund reserve for the entire budget gap. This is a third example that I was asked to prepare. This is an example only, and it's to highlight the impact of losing the 1.6 million in our refund back to FEMA that we've been talking about over the last couple of months. And you can see the fund balance different. We would have ended this fiscal year with $4.2 million, adding the 1.6 million in. And if you use general fund reserves to balance the whole budget, you still would have had a 32% reserve. So you can see the impact of having lost that general fund money to the refund back to FEMA. This is the water fund reserve. And so we have $5.2 million in the water fund. Our projected revenues are $5.6 million with expenditures of 4.6 million with expenditures of 4.9 million. So you have a small deficit of $300,000 in the water fund. We can use your reserves to cover that. And so at the end of this fiscal year, if you use the $300,000, you have a 39% reserve in your water fund. So the water fund is quite healthy. For the wastewater fund, you're in the positive. You start with 1.5 million. Your expenditures are, your revenues are 2.2 with expenditures of nearly 2 million. You bring in a little bit extra with the 260,000, and your reserve is at 32%. This was the long-range financial forecast that I presented in February. This was the, I utilized, and what's very important to understand, and I reiterated this several times when I presented it at the end of February, that I utilized the 14-15 adopted budget as my base budget to place all my revenue assumptions and expenditure assumptions and carry them out. And so you can see, based on my estimates in February 2015, that we expected to be $300,000 short for the budget that we're presenting to you today. With the new estimates, we're $900,000 short. Our 14-15 budget, we need to draw $700,000, and I shared that with you in a few slides previously. We need to draw $700,000 out of the general fund reserve to balance the 14-15 budget. And then based on that, many of the expenditures that we identified for 14-15 are carrying over into the 15-16 budget, plus the additional expenditures for the council goals. We are $900,000 short. That's our budget gap that is currently being presented to council today for 15-16. And so you can see the impact that has. The only change that I made to this forecast that's different from the one I presented in February is I added an additional $300,000 in TOT revenue for the 13 rooms at Las Alcabas that were added by the developer and approved by council. So there's actually $300,000 more revenue in this model than the one that I presented in February. So So staff worked very hard. It's very difficult for staff to present an unbalanced budget, but these are policy decisions, and so we wanted to have the opportunity to have this conversation with council. There's so many options and there's so many ways to bring a budget gap together that we wanted to have the opportunity to get feedback from council and to be able to zero in on which ones would be of interest for the council to review. And so there are some revenue options. One would be to draw down from the general fund reserve all or a portion of the general fund, as we've been through. Another is to pursue using Measure A funds to fund or pay for this year's $528,000 state revolving fund payment. This is potentially more than a one-time option, because as revenues come in, it's a very complicated formula, but this potentially could have a 2 or 3 year funding opportunity depending upon where revenues come in for Measure A. But we're focused really on 15-16, and so that would help our budget gap tremendously if we didn't have to pay the 528 out of the general fund. And it's something that I would recommend pursuing to be able to pay that out of some portion or all out of Measure A if that's possible. So those are some one-time options. Some short-term options, we could revisit the water and wastewater rate study that was done in 2011. That's still an applicable study, and we could do a short-term rate increase and then do a more in-depth study that could be then implemented in a future year. But that would provide an opportunity to more quickly have a rate increase if that's what the council desired. We could evaluate the building planning and other fees for service. There are some short-term solutions or options. There's also a few immediate ones that we could pursue that could help with some revenue enhancements. And there would also be the opportunity, if it was of interest to the council, to look at a ballot measure that was sooner than November 2016 for some other revenue options. So there's an election in November 2015, and there's also an election in June 2016. And so we just wanted to put those up for your consideration. Then the longer term options, the real property transfer tax for November 2016, the annexations and increases in the transient occupancy tax are longer term solutions, but they are revenue enhancements. Another short-term or long-term option that the council may want to consider, and this would be one-time revenue, would be to identify city property and sell it, or to identify city property for lease, which would be an ongoing revenue. From an expenditure standpoint, we'd like you to consider some of the service options that the departments are going to share with you today and ask questions. And if you have other ideas, we're eager to hear them. You could also provide us general policy direction. You could tell us to find 5% in cuts, or give us categories that you would like to see us bring back options for expenditure reductions. You could look at some citywide expenditure reductions that could have impact on the cost of employees. You could look at the hours of operation and reduce how often the hours that City Hall is open. And you could also look to the community and consider different levels of support for the community that the council currently provides. That's the general philosophy and some of the focus that we used and some of the influences that we used to put this budget together. Again, I can't reiterate how difficult it is for us to present an unbalanced budget at this point, but we think that this is part of the public process, and we look to council for direction on how to move forward, and we hope that the information we provide to you today will help you give us that direction for next steps. If you'd like to open it up for comment, Mayor, the next person would be the Finance Director, Director Mitz, to go through the actual numbers that are presented in the budget.
All right, well, let me open it up for initial comment. Any initial comment by the council?
I have a question, and it relates to the $700,000 drawdown in 014-015. Is that the net between the 1.6 and the increased revenue of $900,000, or is that in addition to that? So I know when we had this $1.6 million check, it was written for the reimbursement. issue, right?
Right.
I believe we were up in revenue $900,000, so that the impact was the delta between that 1.6 and the 900?
No, it wasn't that much. There was some monies left in the, we cut a check of 1.9 million. There was 300,000 that remained in the Measure A fund.
Okay.
So the general fund contribution was only 1.6.
Okay. And so how much were revenues up in 014, 015 over 013, 014? The reason I'm asking is our projections assume a very modest increase in revenue.
They are up from what we're projecting from 13-14 to 14-15. We have those. They're coming in her presentation.
Okay.
So we have the comparisons coming in the next few slides.
Okay.
So we can give you that.
You know, obviously, we don't want to rely on future increases in revenue, but I'd like to know what the...
It's all coming next.
Okay.
Just to follow up on that, I think I need a little bit more clarification. So the $900,000 deficit that we have for 2015, 2016 is in addition to the $700,000 that we had to pay in 2014, 15.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. I didn't have my mic on, but you heard me.
I heard
Sorry. I'll do better next time.
All right. Is there any public comment at this point before we begin with the departmental review? Any public comment on the overview? It's not to say that later on we won't be coming back to these subjects after we get through the departmental reviews. Yeah, sure. Please come up to the microphone.
If that $528,000 from Measure A were not used to repay the state revolving loan fund, what would it be used for? I thought that was the purpose of it.
Sure. Well, here's the problem, which is that formerly we were paying the 528 out of Measure A funds. At the moment, we don't have a Measure A balance with the Measure A folks. We don't have a positive balance. We may end up with a positive balance before Measure A runs out, and we're hoping, or at least I'm hoping, that we can persuade the Measure A folks to release some money to us before the end of this fiscal year, so that at least some or all of the 528 comes out of Measure A. But so far, that has not happened, and I don't think, if it doesn't happen within the next month, I don't think we can plan speculating that it will happen during the fiscal year. That's sort of the problem. According to my note here, our fund balance is about, with the Measure A folks, is about $4,550,000, and what we owe is about $5.2 million. And so the question is whether incoming...
Oh, to whom?
This is
I don't know if
this is
this
the
is-
balance that's held by the Measure A authority. In other words, they have a positive balance for us,
Right.
but they've also borrowed for us. And at the moment, the borrowing exceeds our balance. And
Is that borrowing the state revolving loan fund?
no, this is different.
Okay.
That's different. At least, please correct me if I've got it wrong.
So as I recall, with Measure A, there was going to be a period of time when they used money for the Napa end of the project, and when that period of time had elapsed, then we would start getting money again.
Now,
Are
all
we
that's
in- are we
that's taken into account in the numbers that I just provided.
Okay.
Well, she was asking a different question. At least I heard a different question. I think the implication in her question is that somehow we'd use this $528,000 for some other purpose besides paying back the loan, and I don't think that is the
No,
case.
no.
No. Oh, okay. Well, that's why I assume.
Who else will
No,
use
the
it if we're
the
not
mayor
using it?
Right,
explained
that's how I heard it, but
very
sorry.
well to me. I understand it now. I didn't know that we actually owed money because that the Measure A fund had borrowed money for us. I didn't understand that. But
Right,
I
it did.
understand that now. No, my question, Councilman Doring, was that I thought the Measure A fund was to be used to pay back the revolving loan fund. And so my question was, what would you use it for if you didn't do that with it?
Again, I think the hope is that we will end up with a fund balance above the 5.2 million, and that we will then use that to pay down at least as much as we can the state revolving fund loan. Okay. Ms. Mitz, you're on.
Okay, thank you very much. The next section, I'm going to do your budget overview. I'm not going to get into too much detail on the numbers. It's just the general overview. Each of the department heads will talk more specifically about the numbers that involve their department. So the first slide, it talks about your expenditure budget by department for the proposed 15-16 budget. So we have our departments on the left-hand side, so they're composed of non-departmental, which is kind of a catch-all. The city council, city manager's office, finance department, city attorney, building and planning, public works, water, wastewater, fire, police, recreation, and library. And you'll see on the next column is your general fund. So that's how much money they're spending that is general fund money. The next column talks about other funds. We have several different types of other funds. The largest are our water and wastewater funds, so you'll hear us use that terminology, but there are a lot of other funds. For more detail on it, if listed in the budget document on page 6 and 7, it gives line item of all the different fund types we have, and each fund type, general fund, can be used as the council at their own discretion. The other funds are restricted funds, so we can only use them for certain items. And also in the back of the budget in your appendix, on pages 162 to 166, that lists out in detail each fund type, the fund number, how we categorize it, as well as the description about where that money is coming and going. So it gives a really good overview of that. So everything else, unless it's general fund, it's lumped into the other funds. And then the next column is the total amount of expenditures by department for the 15-16 proposed budget. The next slide is the same information, but it's in a graph form, so you can see what percentage of each department is using how much of the proposed budget. And so that is for your general fund. So you can see, for instance, recreation is 1% of general fund, police is 28%, fire 6%. So you can kind of see how much of your general fund expenditures are going towards each department. The next slide is an overview of your expenditures by departments, and this is using other fund types.
I just want to make sure that folks out there can see these slides, or do we need to turn off the lights? Because I can see them, but I don't know. Is there a reflection that, Bob? Okay, and that's good, fine, sorry.
No, it's okay, you're good. You're good, thank you. So this slide is your expenditure by departments for other fund types. So you can see, water, wastewater is 42% funded by the water, wastewater revenues. So it gives you an idea of what percentage of other fund types are funding the other departments. We got some slides mixed up a little bit, but we thought, we'll tell you about the expenses and we'll tell you about the revenues. So part of our projections, just so you know, for the revenue assumptions is our revenues that we predicted for next year. It's based on a property tax increase of 2%, and that is something, after having numerous conversations with the County of Napa, that is in line with what the county is projecting, so we stayed in line with them. The next is our sales tax increase. We get this increase estimate from Uniservices. It is an organization that we contract with, as well as most other municipalities. And what they do is they track our sales taxes, and they track the revenues or projections, what's happening in the economy. And so they're predicting about a 3% increase, so we stayed with their prediction. And then our transient occupancy tax, or our TOT, is also based on our economic climate, so that's a number that we feel pretty comfortable with. And now we're going back to our expenditures just to mix it up a little bit. So this will show you the difference between the 14-15 budget and then the 15-16 proposed budget. So this answers, I believe, Councilmember Pitts some of his questions. So you have your fund type, which is your general fund, which is the largest. Then you have your water and your wastewater, which are considered major funds. And then you have your other minor funds. So you'll see the 14-15 adopted budget. That is what was adopted at the beginning of the year. And it also includes any council directions to the staff where we've brought a council report to you and you've approved items. So that is what our expenditures were for 14-15, the adopted budget, which is $10.5 million. The 14-15 shows what our estimated year end And then the 1516 is what we're proposing, and then you'll see the dollar amount change and the percentage change. So as you can see from this slide, from what it was actually anticipated in 1415 to what the 1516 proposed, there's a very slight, it's a very, very minimum change in the general fund. It's about a 3%. And then you'll see your water and wastewater, there's decreases in the expenditures, and these are mostly due to, we did not put any additional CIP projects in for water, wastewater, because we don't have the funding to do so.
CIP standing for Capital Improvement Projects.
Yes.
All right,
Thank you.
or program.
Yeah, everything Steve gets to talk about later on.
Okay.
And then our other funds, you'll actually see a decrease in the other funds by 25%. And primarily this is due to the $500,000 that we will no longer have in Measure A to be able to pay for the state revolving fund. So it got shifted from the other funds, and then the burden got put back up to the general fund. So the next slide, we're going to go right back to revenues again. And again, my apologies for the two slide mix-ups. So this will show your revenues by fund type. And again, it shows a comparison with the 14-15 budget to the 15-16 proposed budget. So the general fund, the adopted budget was $9.5 million in general fund revenues. We're estimating a $9.9 million for the proposed budget. So we are looking at about a $450,000 increase in general fund revenues, which is about a 5% change. Our water fund and wastewater fund, our water fund, you'll see a negative change on it, so it's about a 5% decrease. And what that can be attributed to is the funds, the revenue fund estimates for last year, they were off on their estimates in the budget. They were overestimated. The wastewater funds, we show about a 4% increase, and then other funds is 33% increase. And then we're going back to our general fund expenditure comparison chart. So this is the same information that was in one of the first slides that I presented, but the difference is it actually shows you what 14-15 adopted budget is and what the 15-16 proposed budget is, and then it also shows what the changes are. Again, I'm not going to go into detail on this chart because each department head, when they do their presentations, they are going to highlight any major changes in their department. The next slide, it is the same information, but it's just putting it in chart form for you. So you can see most departments actually have stayed pretty flat in their spending, and that was what we asked them when we asked them to prepare their budget documents. So the blue lines are the 14-15, the adopted budget, and then the orange lines are the 15-16 proposed budget for their expenditures, and this is all from the general fund. The next slide, what we did is, and this again is just for general fund, it's not taking any of the other funds into consideration. We did a comparison, and we broke it up by our main categories. So we have our salaries category, our benefits, and then our services, supplies, and others. Jennifer mentioned earlier, she talked about the increase in salaries and benefits. Part of the reason for the increase is it is related to benefit and PERS rates increasing on us, and then the other portion is adding the positions at the council's directive. And then you'll see services, supplies, and other contracts. We've actually decreased the amount that we're asking for in this upcoming year's budget. And this is the same information just in a chart form. So you can see salaries and benefits are slightly higher, whereas services, supplies, and other is slightly lower. And I'm going to hand it back over to Jennifer.
I wanted to quickly review the staffing summary. So this shows you where the staffing is for each of the departments as a percentage of the whole organization. It relates very directly to generally where they are in their general expenditures, and so it's just a breakdown of where each department is with the percentage of staff of our whole 72 positions. I wanted to briefly go over 4 positions, and I want to be sure that I use the right terminology and be very clear on these 4 positions. So in the city manager's office, there was an economic development a project manager, assistant city manager, sort of this position that was came out of the council goal setting, and it was considered a priority, and I brought that position back, and it was approved by the council. We did identify funding in the 14-15 budget for it if it were going to be filled quickly, and we talked about the fact that if it was something that continued to be a council priority, that it would potentially require cuts in the budget to fund the position. As we put the budget together and we started to realize the magnitude of the deficit, I have put this recruitment on hold, and I have not filled this position. So it's difficult to find the right word because it's not being added in 15-16, but you see the financial increase in 15-16, but it's a pre-approved additional position in 14-15. But that position is available, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. We also added the grant manager position, which is funded a third through general fund water and wastewater. That position is filled, and that is intended to be a revenue generating position. The third position is the water conservation coordinator. That's paid 100% through the water fund because there was a small deficit in the water fund. Steve and I also left that position vacant to provide council an opportunity to re-review if that continues to be a priority. The fourth position is the only new position to the 15-16 budget, and that's a library assistant being requested by the library, but it's fully funded through the Tweed Trust. So no general fund money is being applied to have that additional position for the library. So I just wanted to go over that sort of as a whole with those positions. Those are the only positions that are being requested. There's no other additional positions as there's no funding to add any individuals to the organization.
Okay. Are there any initial questions by council with respect to what has been presented by Ms. Mitz or Ms. Phillips on this section? Is there any?
I do. I have a question regarding the water conservation coordinator. I'm hearing, I guess, different ideas in terms of the scope of the job, and it's been indicated several times that it will be paid for 100% by the water users, the water department. But I understood that the scope of that job would cross over to other areas of city government. So I'm wondering, is it appropriate to have that 100% funded by water rates when some of the work is going to be general fund work? That's my assumption. I could be totally wrong, but that's what I thought I heard.
Well, when we created the position, we made it a senior management analyst, and we believe that there's a tremendous amount of work to be done initially with the drought, mandatory drought restrictions coming, or that have been passed by the governor, and all the work related to that. But we did create it at a management analyst level with the opportunity that a talented individual that we hope to hire, we always try to hire the best, could also do other things if time became available. And any other project that individual would work on, general fund related or wastewater related, would be paid for out of those different funds. So you would never charge someone's time that works on, let's say, an affordable housing project. You would never charge that to the water fund. Currently, it's in the budget 100% under 100% water, because initially that's where that position is going to be focused.
Understood.
But what we try when we create positions, because we're so short-staffed, we try to hire superhuman people who can, and so far so good.
So far so good.
Who can really do a lot of different things, so that as projects change, as demand changes, we can move them around. And so that was the intent behind that position.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other initial council comment? Any public comment with respect to Ms. Mitz or Ms. Phillips?
I have a comment on the grant position. I'm surprised that you made that a salaried position with benefits. I think that it could have been handled on a per diem basis very nicely. I'm familiar with several organizations that hire grant writers, but they hire them on a per diem basis, especially when, as you were saying earlier, the PERS costs keep going up and up. And it would have seemed legitimate to me to do that.
Okay.
Secondly, I know that Councilman Doring has suggested in the past that we share a water conservation person with Calistoga. And I think it would have been interesting to have someone look into that, at least let the public know if it was considered rejected or not considered. I'm disappointed to see that the economic vitality person is likely not coming on board for a while because I have a friend who wants to bring a source of revenue to this city, and he was referred by the mayor to the economic vitality person when they're hired, but now it appears they're not going to be hired right away. So I'm hoping that I can schedule an appointment with you and make an arrangement for this person to meet with you, because I think it's a real opportunity for a good, clean revenue to come to the city. Thank you.
Do you want to respond on the grant manager and on the water coordinator?
Sure, absolutely. So you're absolutely right. If you're looking for individuals just to write grant applications, you can easily find very talented individuals who can write an application for you. This position for us is multifaceted. As I think it's been very clearly discussed, we had an issue with our FEMA grant, and so one of the things we need to do is we need to get our records and our grant management in order, and that really needs a full-time person to come in and do the forensics and to get our grant management system in order. We have several grants with regards to the Upper York Creek dam removal project, and we're looking for more, which also requires grant administration. It's much harder to hire a consultant to do your in-house grant administration. The applications are much easier. And again, we're looking for found the superhuman person that we believe the position can be expanded as grants, as once we get our grant program established, the person's out there writing for grants. The more grants they get, the more administration there is. But if there's an opportunity to take on additional duties, we could apply that to that position as well. And so I really felt, as the city manager, that the position and the finance director concurred with me that this needed to be a city position. There's so much need in the organization, and we felt this was the right position, and it was approved by council.
Was that job posted?
Yes, it was.
All right, and with respect to the water conservation coordinator in Calistoga?
So again, we're a very small team of people, and there's a tremendous amount of work to do. We've never really had anyone do any kind of programmatic work. We struggle with being able just to answer the community's questions. And so again, we felt that because there's literally no one in the organization to do even the basics, establish a website, work on any of the programs, to work with the businesses, to work with the community, to assist with the drought measures, to be able to track what the legislation's happening and all the regulations. We physically have no one in the organization to do that. And again, that's why we made it a more flexible position, someone who could transition and do additional work outside the water conservation program if time allowed, and to be able to take on additional duties because we're so short-staffed in the organization.
All right.
I have one question, and it's in the general fund tab in our book on page 16, where we talk about the general fund revenue comparison.
Do you have the slide number?
It's not the slide, it's actually in the tab up front in general fund. It was page number 16. Yeah, April, you've got your fingertips on it. One question I had, the majority of the sources, whether it's property tax, sales tax, TOT, we expect them to go up, not enough, obviously. But I saw a decrease in other of about 140,000. I was curious as to where are we losing revenue? What is that other?
The majority of the other, and you'll see the dollar amounts are, the 800,000 and then the 700,000. That's what you're referring to, correct?
Correct.
Last year, when they did some of the budget projections is primarily in the building and planning department. Oh no, you know what? Never mind. I misspoke. Building and planning is separate. You know what? I'll have to look into it further to see exactly what number that was.
Okay. It just caught my eye to see.
I can explain that. Some of the funding we were getting for
Let me introduce management analyst Mandy Kellogg for you. She's the person who put together all of our revenue projections and knows them like the back of her hand.
Great.
Thank you, Mandy. It's not a slide. It's on page 16 of your budget document.
It's the right column. Everything
It's not
else
a
has
slide.
more or less gone up or stayed even, but this one had a significant decrease.
it has to do with the library. Some of the funding, library grants that we were receiving from the state, we're no longer getting anymore. So that revenue has decreased, and now those services are being paid for out of the general fund.
Okay, so it's a loss in revenue, though, right here. Okay.
Okay.
But if those, do those, so the library grants that are bringing in revenue, I guess they charge through the general fund, not through a separate grant account? I guess I'm confused by that. Why would those grants? It is under other. It is under general fund, okay.
Yeah, that portion is in general fund. For the specific numbers, I would definitely have to look into it and come back and let you know exactly what the difference is.
Okay, all right. But loss in grants basically is the.
All right, so I think that takes us to the not-for-profits. And at this point, we invite presentations from each not-for-profit that is seeking revenue from the city.
I'm Father John Brinkle, and I'm here to make an appeal for our work connection. I have with me Chris Page, who will also be presenting some of the detail. Chris Page is the CEO of California Human Development Corporation. They will be taking over the operation of Work Connection as of the beginning of this year. I just want to mention, I think the city has really gotten a good deal with our Work Connection. It started way back in 1995. We got a grant from the state for $40,000 to set up the office there, which is on Sutter Home. Over the years, Sutter Home has paid all of the utilities, has charged us no rent whatsoever. We've had as many as 30 to 40 persons there every day at the Work Connection. As you know, those workers used to gather at our parish there. At one time, that was not good because of the schools right there. Then they gathered at the Sunshine parking lot there. That was not good there. So I think we've solved a wonderful problem for the city, providing a service for employers and employees. Many individuals have used the Work Connection. The budget has been close to $50,000. The city has just been asked over the years to give somewhere between $7,500 and it went up to $10,000. So I think it's just been a very good venture for the city, and I hope that you'll be able to continue that. I'm going to turn it over to Chris Page to give you some of the more details.
Father John, thank you so much. My name is Chris Page. I'm with California Human Development. We're a nonprofit that actually began providing services in Napa in the early 1970s. One of our founders, Aurelio Hurtado, actually lives in St. Helena. And we're also working with the Napa Housing Commission to manage the 3 farm labor centers, one of which is just north of St. Helena in Calistoga. As Father John indicated, we welcome this partnership opportunity. The little bit of the change in direction was that the St. Helena Catholic Church that you were working with decided that they didn't want to continue to be the administrative entity for the project, and they asked us to assume responsibility for it. And we're very happy to do that, working with Father John, the local farm worker committee, the Cinco de Mayo golf tournament, and our own funding. And as Father John indicated, our budget for the year, which we're trying to put together, and we certainly understand all your budget challenges, is about $48,000. We ourselves are putting $20,000 into the project, and I think the request to the city is for $10,000, and we're committed to raise the balance of funding necessary to run the project. And I'd certainly be happy to answer any questions. You know, I guess everybody wears the Work Connection is virtually right across the road at Sutter Home. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Page. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Page? No? You're all set? Thank you.
Pleasure being here.
Great. Seeing Ms. Spencer, I'm afraid I have to recuse myself. I'm both the director and corporate secretary of Rianda House. Are you speaking to Rianda House?
I'm speaking about Rianda House.
All right, so someone
Mr.
rescue me when she is finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, for making this an an opportunity for all the nonprofits that you've funded in the past to be able to come and speak with you today. I think first and foremost, well, I'm Julie Spencer. I'm the director of Rianda House Senior Activity Center. And we want to thank you for your past support. Rianda House is going to be celebrating our 7th year of being in business on May the 20th. It's indicated here on the back of our calendar. I hope you come to that. But since we've opened our doors, the city's been a partner with Rianda House, which is very apropos for most cities. They actually govern and run their city or their senior centers. So we're very proud stewards of the senior center here in St. Helena. Your investment in our organization last year was $10,000. We realize that you have a very challenging budget this year, but we ask that you also look at including us in your budget at whichever level you can. We hope it's the similar level, because I can give some numbers and to help you out appreciate that $10,000 is a huge return on investment at Rianda House. Last year we saw over 876 individuals walk in our doors that made over 10,750 visits, and we're noticing that each of those people come in 1 to 3 times each week. So that's a lot of folks coming in the doors. We notice that our numbers are 50 to 100-year-old individuals, with 75 the medium age. 80% are women, and 80% of the people that come in live alone. So if you look at who we're serving, it's a vulnerable population. We are a hub for the Upper Valley, so what we provide are agencies in Napa, a location to be able to directly connect with individuals that they can better serve. And not only do we provide that sort of collaboration, we're very proud of the collaborations that we have with our St. Helena city organizations like the Parks and Recs, the Valley Family Center, and the library. We actually, this last year and this year that we're strengthening our collaboration. So the idea here is not to duplicate services that are already being offered by other nonprofits that will be speaking today, but to strengthen those opportunities. What we know about the population, about seniors in Napa County, it's the 8th fastest growing senior population in California, and with the Upper Valley being the fastest of that area. So there's a statistic that 11,000 people turn 65 each day, and that number is going to continue for the next 15 years. So the senior population they call it a silver tsunami, and we need to kind of be ready to ride this crest. And we think that by providing services at a senior center is the best way to keep individuals healthy and well, and to make St. Helena a senior-friendly community for people to live in. So we encourage you, take a look at our calendar. I could talk a lot about the different programs that we offer, but I think you'll see diversity is our main focus, and we really appreciate your past support and your consideration this year. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Is there any questions from council?
I just have a brief question. How do cities of our size typically respond to senior issues or fund senior issues? I mean, I know there's, we talk about best practices here in the city, and I'm just curious, what is the general model in terms of providing senior services, government providing those services as opposed to private organizations like yours doing that? Or does it just run the gamut, hybrids and different kinds of things? I'm trying to develop a comparison as to how we're doing.
We have a comparison chart that I can make available to you all. We did a study of all the different senior centers within the radius, from Petaluma to Sebastopol to Napa, and how they were being run. And it's a combination of Napa's 100% funded by their city. Sebastopol is the city manages the facility that the senior center is in, and the senior center's nonprofit is doing the programming. And then there's a combination in between. Is that the point you were asking?
That is the point.
You know, when it comes to advocacy, senior centers do it just naturally because we're in touch with the different challenges of seniors. Housing's a challenge, and it goes from there. But so I addressed your question.
You did.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jenny O'Cone. I'm the Executive Director.
Wait just a minute
Sure.
for the mayor to come back.
Happy to wait.
You gonna walk in?
Good afternoon. I'm Jenny O'Cone, the Executive Director of the Up Valley Family Centers. We have been running the Family Center in St. Helena for the past 10 years, and I want to thank the council for your support of our work over that time. Our mission is to ensure that community members have the resources that they need to lead happy, healthy lives with their families, to achieve self-sufficiency, and to develop the skills that they need to participate fully in our community. There's a chart that's going around and describes all of the things that the Family Center does. One of the things we serve over 3,500 individuals each year, and in St. Helena it's about 1,800 individuals with a wide array of programs and services. Our primary role is to connect, help anybody who has a question or needs a resource to get to that. And we know that being Up Valley, it's challenging for people to access services if they're based in Napa or elsewhere. And so we actually have on-site rooms where we can have agency partners come and provide their services. And then we have many programs ourselves that we operate. Our budget in the past year was about $1.3 million, and on our service chart, which is on the back side, you can see that on an annual basis we bring in about $670,000 worth of services, and that's on site at our center, and it's also that's outside of our budget, so it's in-kind services provided by many different organizations, nonprofits, and the county government. Your support of us at 7,500 is critical when it comes to leveraging resources and providing, ourselves seeking funds for programs. It's really important for those folks who are investing in us to know that our city supports our work. They value it, and so your 7,500 that you have been providing to us is really an essential way for us to leverage additional resources. I know you have a lot to decide, so I'm going to leave it at that unless you have any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Trent Yaconelli. I'm the Associate Executive Director at the Boys and Girls Clubs of St. Helena. Just like everybody else, I know there's some hard decisions to be made. The council has for years funded our organization $6,000 recently. And I guess I feel like that us as an organization have tried to be good partners with the city. And that means that we've provided ESL classes for free at our clubhouse, migrant ed classes, health and human services classes. We've been a hub for the Harvest Festival, all of those things that we provide for the community because we know that we're partners with the city and with the community. We also provide, it's been shown over statistic after statistic that crime rates go up between 3 and 6 for kids. We provide a place to go for kids from 3 to 6 every single day right here in St. Helena. We're also open for the hours when they're out of school early. The money that we've been given is part of our overall budget. We have a $1.3 million budget, and it's small in amount, except that I use that money every single year. There's an ACES state grant that they always ask, and in other grants where I have to go and they ask, does your city invest in you? Does your city give you any funds? So I use that money because what they're looking for is, are you an organization that your city thinks is of value to them? And that's where I can check that box off. And so the ACES grant that we rely on is a $258,000 grant that we've been able to get every year. And one of the things that they look at is does the city find value in what you do? We've turned in our report. I believe that you guys already have that, but once a year we provide a report of what we did with the funds. We use the funds for homework help for St. Helena community kids, and we use it for also scholarship. If a child cannot pay for the program, which is $60 for the school year, we cover that as well. So I thank you for the funds that you provide, and I hope that you continue.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
All right. Are there any other not-for-profit presenters? All right. I think at this point, I'm going to declare a 5-minute recess, give everybody a chance to stretch his or her legs, and then we'll reconvene at 2:45. All right. We're ready to proceed here. Please take your seats. Yeah. Councilmember Kroll was required to leave us. Does the Chamber of Commerce have a presentation it wishes to make today? And if so, would you like to do it now?
Okay. Yeah, actually, I did not have a whole entire presentation. We kind of did that back in, I think, June or July, or I can't remember when. It was April. We did a whole presentation on our dues and everything.
We covered most of the months of the year here.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't even know. What month? What day is it? So we weren't going to do a whole presentation because we kind of felt like we did that, and we didn't want to take all your time and energy reiterating a lot of things that we already talked about. What I will say is that, we did request money this year. We were looking to go to a contract, and we've been negotiating with our city manager to do that. In the past, it's always been part of a formula, and we felt like this was a better way to really deliver on services that we're providing. The reason that we are asking for the money is we feel that the business community is the economic driver of this economy. The increases you're looking at in property tax, sales tax, and TOT, all those 2% and 3% increases are going to be because business is doing well. And when business is thriving, that's when St. Helena thrives. And in order for us to get up our ADR and to get our occupancy, which we feel is really the most short-term realistic way of getting revenue into the city, it's going to require some marketing. We already have Visit Napa Valley doing a very good job of marketing people to get them to Napa Valley. However, we're in competition every day with Calistoga and with Yountville to get people to actually stay in St. Helena. And it's big competition. We're getting much less from the city of St. Helena than the chambers are in Yountville and in Calistoga. Calistoga receives $350,000 from their city council, and the Yountville chamber receives $240,000 from their city. So we feel like the investment that you put into the chamber will result in the economic vitality that you're looking for, especially now if the economic vitality person is going to be put on hold. And I can answer any questions, but that's pretty much the presentation I wanted to make.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You can say things a lot quicker than other people. It's pretty amazing.
Sorry,
that was like a 45-minute presentation.
I know
I'm teasing you.
I got a feeling that you're going to be here for a long time tonight, and I just didn't want to repeat myself over and over again.
Thank you.
If you could just, it actually falls under the non-departmental, and I was going to make that presentation. It's a couple departments down the road.
Okay.
So I'll be discussing that.
Okay, very good.
Any other questions?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think then we turn back to the city manager.
Yes, so I'm going to do the next couple of departments. So first is our city council. I just lost my page. So this falls under the category of city administration, our city council. Just the general purpose for our city council. It's the governing body of St. Helena. It's there to make and enforce the laws related to our municipal affairs, subject to limitations of the city code and state constitution, and responsible for the formulation of policy and enactment of legislation, control of revenues, and appropriation of funds. So we just listed what we thought were some, you got it? Oh, thanks. Some accomplishments. There are certainly many over this last year, but we just wanted to list a few as each department did. You adopted a balanced 14-15 operating and capital budget, which is what we're working off of currently. You continue to work on the general plan update and housing element, identified council priorities and strategic objectives, represented the city on a variety of collaborative boards and commissions, adopted urgency ordinance for drought, an urgency drought ordinance, something near and dear to my heart. You hired a new city manager. You adopted updated zoning ordinance regulations for affordable housing, and you approved a solar power agreement. So some goals. So you'll see your logo here because these are your 6 strategic objectives. Again, to review long-term revenue options, review fee changes, conduct a financial assessment for water and wastewater, assess our infrastructure needs, update the long-range financial forecast, and hire a project economic development manager. In addition, we want to complete the general plan update. We want to protect St. Helena's small-town rural character and quality of life, work closely with the Chamber of Commerce and city staff to improve economic vitality, and again, to adopt an annual balanced budget for 15-16. So, to run through your budget summary, it's a very small department, so you have the benefits and salary and benefits for the council. You work off of a stipend, so the salary amount is very small. Under contributions, I wanted to highlight that the $46,833, that's the lump sum that was contributed to the nonprofits who just made their presentations before you. And if you're interested in the amounts that were funded last year, Director Mitz and I have that as well. We did not designate them out because we wanted that as a council policy and we wanted direction from you. But that is in the current budget, just so that I wanted to make sure the council knew the funds were budgeted if you chose to spend them. Otherwise, council budget stayed relatively flat. And I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the council budget.
Are there any questions? Does the public have any questions? All right. City Manager's Office.
All right. Moving right along. So with each department now, you'll see an org chart. We wanted to give you a sense of who's in each department. So there's 4 individuals in the City Manager's office. One was actually formerly in finance. That's the administrative services HR manager, was moved into the city manager's office so that I could work directly with that individual because the work of risk management and human resources is so critically important. I wanted to have the opportunity to work directly with that manager. The city clerk, and that's where the assistant city manager, economic vitality project manager position is and currently remains vacant. Purpose for the city manager's office is general administration. I serve as a liaison between the city council and the staff. I carry out your rules and policies. I oversee the delivery of services, and a big part of what we do and the ultimate product we deliver to you in the community are the staff reports for you to approve, and we move forward as we manage our city together. For the city clerk, preparation of the council agendas, reporting requirements and records management, and she also provides assistance to the city council. These are very high level. I can tell you behind each of these individuals is a staggering list of duties and responsibilities, but we just wanted to highlight a few, and I'm so appreciative of both individuals who work tremendously hard for the organization, for the council, and this community. For human resources, risk management, all personnel functions, risk management, and she also oversees our information technology for the entire organization. A few achievements. We hired 8 managers this last year, and so our team is now full. Noah Hausch is our new planning director who is with us today. And so we're delighted that our exec team is ready to go and fully staffed and very energized. I have directed staff to focus on improving customer service, efficiency, effectiveness, and the overall public administration of the organization has been a big driver for me these last 10 months. I developed and presented the first long-range financial forecast, facilitated the council's strategic planning session so that we could have your priorities and strategic objectives, which have been incredibly helpful as we've put this budget together for you. I did the refinance on the Stonebridge apartments, and also am working collaboratively to pursue affordable housing projects for both McCorkle Street and Pope Street. For the city clerk, she implemented online filing for our 700 forms, has been working diligently to clean up our records management and a retention schedule and selection of software so that we can digitalize more of our records management. For human resources, as I mentioned, she was moved into the city manager's office. Over the last year, she's hired more than 50 new individuals, 11 of them full-time, 39 of them part-time, upgraded our nearly dead phone system, and so that we can actually call in and out, and is modernizing our safety program, which is incredibly important to us. Some goals for the city manager.
What is the safety program that's being modernized?
So generally, the state of California has safety procedures that we need to follow, usually around OSHA, which is the safety, that's who guides us in our safety protocols. And so we need to make sure, it's one of my top priorities, that our employees are safe as they work. And so we have to have those policies in place. And so with REMIF, we're working to make sure that all of our policies are up to date and that we're providing all the necessary equipment and environment for our employees to always be safe when they're on the job.
Okay.
Some goals to implement the council's strategic objectives, develop a strategy for long-term financial stability, to lead the organization so we can continue to improve and deliver great services to our community, and to be more efficient and have excellent public administration within our organization. For the city clerk, the implementation of software so that we can be more digitalized and have more transparency for our community. We want to try to create a website and have a portal so that more of our documentation can be more readily available for the community, and to continue the development of our document retention program, which is very, very important. For human resources, we're implementing an employee self-service portal. Believe it or not, we still fill out paper time cards. It's shocking. So those are the small little things we're very excited about, just to have time cards online. So those are big strides for us. And then to update, again, all the safety and human resources policies so that we can ensure that our employees are well taken care of. For a budget perspective, you can see the salary and benefits, and what you're seeing reflected in the increases, not only in the addition of the Assistant City Manager Economic Vitality position, but also moving the HR manager over into the City Manager's office, and the increase in benefits is directly related to that. The only other addition is I put in $25,000 for the feasibility study for the city charter and property transfer tax initiative. That's one of the council goals. Everything else we tried to keep fairly even, and if you go to the next slide, the changes are highlighted. That's the $25,000 for the initiative. I did add $20,000 because at times I'm required to hire an investigator or to hire a consultant for certain services, such as the goal setting or other minor services, and there was no funds available to be able to do that. We moved the Administrative Services Director, and those are the major changes you're seeing in the CMO office as well as the ACM position. When we met in February, we talked about the $2.2 million that was necessary to get to the organization to functional. That's not what we're presenting in our unfunded additional needs. We're presenting truly desperate positions that would help us be more effective and relieve some of the lower level clerical work that all the department heads are doing, and some other critical positions. So we're not presenting the $2.2 million, we're just presenting some positions that we'd hoped maybe some funding was available for, and it is not. And so for the city clerk and the Administrative Services Director, I'd hoped that maybe a half-time position or a full-time position could be available to support them, and there were not revenues available to be able to do that. And finally, what you'll see many of the departments presenting, there we go.
I was looking at your slide, I'm looking right there.
That's the cue. If you're looking for expenditure reductions, there would be an opportunity to postpone the filling of the Economic Vitality Director Assistant City Manager for a savings of $210,000 for 15-16. And I'd be happy to answer any questions regards to the city manager's office.
Are there any initial questions of council? Is there any public comment with respect to it? All right, finance.
Okay. You get me again. Okay, she'll be my wingman over there. So these are the positions we currently have in the finance department. There's 5 of us total, so it's myself, my management analyst. I have 2 accounting assistants, and then my brand new grants manager, which I'm very excited for all of them to be part of the team, and I finally feel like we have at least the full staffing. I won't say that we need, but it's really helping out to have those bodies in place. So the purpose of the department is that we provide financial management of all city funds. We administer internal service functions for all departments. So basically that means for each and every department, we help them in anything related to finance related. We maintain the city's investment program with the city manager / treasurer. We develop the annual budget. We administer the business licenses. We administer billing and collection services for city water and sewer utilities. We do payroll administration, and then we also do purchasing services. Our achievements for last year is we upgraded our financial software to improve efficiencies. We developed end-of-year closeout process and procedures. We have adopted a capitalization and depreciation policy, and we've also developed and presented the Certified Annual Financial Report, or the CAFR. Our goals for next year are to continue to increase the level of efficiency and effectiveness by establishing additional internal controls and processes, to expand our accounting software even further, and then also to provide training to staff. We also want to initiate cross-training programs for our departments, so that way department heads and key department staff can actually log into our accounting software and they can pull the information directly as opposed to having to wait for us to respond to their inquiries. To do an integration of planning and building software with our financial software, and then also to prepare a balanced budget and monitor our revenue and expenses. Some more goals is to update our purchasing policy. We create a grant management program, and that's part of the grant manager position, is that she is going to be creating this very detailed process program for us, so hopefully we never have to experience large reimbursement as we had to just do. To complete fee and rate studies, and then also to look at pursuing the $1.9 million FEMA reimbursement to see if there's any way we can get some or part of that funding back. This is our budget that we are presenting. As you can see, our proposed budget, it's pretty much the same as what we had last year. There's just slight increases on it, and the major increases, there's a slight increase in our salary and benefits, and it's twofold. It was brought down because the human resources function transferred over to the city manager's department, but then it was also increased because we added the grant manager position. The other big difference you're going to see is in the contracts, going from last year's proposed budget of $61,000 up to $164,000, so it's quite a big swing. And what that is, it's for 2 different studies. One is a user fee study, and then the other is a utility rate study, and each of those are put in the budget. It's, from the research that I've done on it, it's about $50,000 for each study. The changes that we had, we just talked about those, the addition of the grant manager, then the 2 studies. The unfunded additional needs that we would like to look at for you to consider is to hire Muni Services to conduct a TOT audit for short-term rentals, both the legal and illegal rentals that we have inside our city right now. Muni Services, what they do is they can do contract basis for providing different types of services. This service, the cost in the contract would be $2,000 for their travel, plus they would receive 45% of the additional revenue collected. So let's say they went out there, looked at the legal and illegal short-term rentals, and then if they collect an additional $100,000 revenue for us, their fee would be $45,000, and we would keep the other $55,000.
All right.
Any questions?
I can tell you I'm for that one completely.
With respect to the audit, what was the decision-making process in terms of auditing all of our visitor accommodations versus our short-term rental accommodations?
We did Muni Services, I believe it was somewhere between 3 and 5 years ago. They actually did do an audit for us. So we had, since we just, they recommend about every 3 years for that. Right now, the quote that I received from them was just for the short-term rental. I can definitely get a quote for all types of TOTs.
I'm just, if we did it 3 or 5 years ago, that's probably appropriate. Do cities ever do audits of business licenses to make sure that people who are working here actually have licenses to work here? Is that something that we should consider?
They have done them in the past. I know other cities have done them in the past. We have not done one here just because we do not have the staffing to be able to do that. But we definitely look into it.
Is this something that Muni Services does? Would they do a business license audit too, or no?
I will check with Muni Services. They do our sales tax audits for us, but I do not know if they do business license, but I can definitely look at what other cities have done.
I realize we don't have a lot of funding, but the areas of shortfall in the city are lack of audits and really lack of code enforcement. I know that's an entirely different issue, but I don't know if people run in amok or not. It's just hard for me to know without looking at audits every now and then just to keep people on the right page, so to speak. Thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any other initial comments by members of the council? Does any member of the public have any comment on this? Let me just have a couple of questions. In terms of the rate studies for water and wastewater, would those studies respectively be appropriately chargeable to the water fund and the wastewater fund?
Yes, they would be.
Okay. And with respect to internal controls, I assume that the Finance Department very much has in mind the internal audit that was done with those comments, and that the goal is that we won't see any comments like that ever again. Is that roughly right?
That would be the goal, but we are currently revamping and developing the process and procedures. For next year's audit, we did go out for RFP, so I have gotten my responses back, but we have not yet selected a new vendor. We are anticipating, because we are going to be using a new audit vendor next year, that we might have a lot more feedback from that vendor that we're going to have to address.
Yeah, that's fair enough. When you say a new audit vendor, this is a new outside CPA?
Yes, new CPA firm.
All right. Okay. Any other questions so far? Is there, let me just ask here while we're here, is there a sense of the council that we should hire Muni Services to do the TOT audit on short-term vacation rentals?
I would agree with that. And if they recommend every 3 years to do a full audit, I mean, I think we should probably take a look at that also.
So I'll get those dollar amounts to do a full audit on it. It's typically about this. Every other contract we've had with them is about the same. Well, they'll charge you for travel for coming out, and then a percentage of whatever additional funds they collect.
Okay. You have a sense?
I think that makes sense. I agree with you, Peter.
All right. I think you have direction on that one. First direction. Okay. Okay, planning and community improvement. Is this the first time we hear from Mr. Hausch? No?
For the benefit of everyone, Victor will be
Oh, okay.
Are you on the payroll?
Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Hausch is being too humble. As Jennifer mentioned, by happy coincidence, so I guess we can go to the first slide, the org chart. As a happy coincidence, we have Noah here this afternoon, and not a lot of positions. It's obviously a small department, so we've got the director, senior planner, and permit tech, and then the city contracts with Interwest for the building function. Senior planners Aaron Heacock and Jim Kerrigan is the permit tech, and it's lean, but I think it's one thing that's definitely worth emphasizing. I think it's a young department, and we've got some really bright, dynamic staff. So I think that's obviously it's a very key function, and I think Jennifer has staffed it well. Achievements, so next slide. Council, I'm sure, is familiar with these, but let me just touch on them. The general plan, purpose. I'm jumping ahead of myself. Implementation, enforcement of the general plan, city zoning and building codes, maintain and improve the quality of the community and environment, oversee project plans for consistency with state and federal laws, and provide plan check and code compliance and field inspection. All of these, 3 of those are really dry. The second bullet item is really the key one, and that's maintain and improve the quality of the community and environment. I mean, that's really the bottom line, and that's why this department exists. And I think probably a lot of folks on council are on council essentially, or partly at least, because of the importance of this part of thing and seeing how St. Helena grows in the future. So the other 3 are definitely important, but that other one is really the bottom line. Next slide. Okay. Achievements. Continue work on the general plan and update and housing element. Housing element's almost done. General plan, we have the document agreed on, and it's the CEQA document is the missing piece of the puzzle, which is being dealt with and taken care of. We've listed simply the number of applications. St. Helena has a wide variety of development applications, from the very small to the large. So there's 90 of those. Water management plan, that was mostly done before my time. City participated in the RENA process. Out of that, the city came up with much lower numbers in terms of the state allocation. The department processed a whole series of zoning code changes as it relates to affordable housing and a fair and balanced approach to housing. We've got the grant program, a whole host of building permits, and a whole variety of plans checked and inspected, et cetera. Next slide. Goals. Some of these, I guess, are somewhat self-evident, but let me touch on them. First one is efficiency and effectiveness. Evaluate and improve the internal process. I think one of the things that Noah's going to be getting on right away is simply the in-house computer programs and getting that more commonly used and interactive, and also linked up with the city's website, so folks that have development applications can just check the website and check status, et cetera. And it touches on the next bullet item. And training. So moving on, then other goals increase the meeting business demands. This one of these is definitely a key one, I think. A large part of what planning does creates a perception in the business community about how friendly or unfriendly we are. In the past, I think there has been some negative perception, and obviously I think we're working hard to change that and to make the city much more business friendly. Key in that, of course, is as it relates to revenue, is TOT and other revenue generating uses, and obviously it's in the best interest of the city to attract those and not scare those kind of folks away because they're reluctant or scared about the process. Ordinance review and update. This relates in a sense to the general plan. Once the general plan's done, we're going to need to look at updating the various ordinances, continue to seek affordable housing opportunities, certify the EIR, already touched on that, and get the general plan adopted. The zoning ordinance updates as they relate to the general plan, continue to provide efficient plan check and building inspections, review the short-term rental ordinance, which is due to come back to council. And then the two items, or the council priority items, Jennifer has already touched on both of these, the fee study and economic vitality and development. On the fee study, I'd like to mention there is some low-hanging fruit there that the city currently has a number of applications that are done on a strict fee basis, sort of one size fits all. I think even before this fee study gets in gear and moving forward, I think it would be appropriate for staff to prevent council with essentially switching a number of those where it's simply a fixed fee to a deposit account and where it's billed on hourly, and also to formalize what's called a preliminary application process. Planning staff expends a significant amount of time working with prospective developers, and obviously to some point that's fine, it's all part of business development, but when somebody is serious and really is wanting to move forward with an application and there's a significant amount of staff time needed to help the applicant put together that plan, I think it makes sense to have essentially a pre-application submittal, and then we could bill against that and collect staff time spent on that next. And budget, there's not a lot different here. The numbers really are the same or consistent with last year, so not a lot new there. Next slide. And Jennifer can clarify on this, but this is simply how the positions are funded. In the last budget, they were funded for half a year, and I believe in this one, they're funded for the whole year, so it shows as an increase, but it really is no net change. And the last slide, I believe last. The one item that, the most obvious item that's missing is direct administrative support for the department right now, planning, community development, building. We do all our own paperwork and clerical stuff, and clearly simply having professional folks doing that is not as cost effective as if you had somebody that, number one, has more expertise on it, at least than myself, who's not overly proficient at those kinds of things, and would be a more appropriate pay grade for the position. So I think that's the last one. Oh, questions. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Are there any initial questions of Mr. Carniglia? My only observation would be that with respect to, where'd it go? Purpose, that it seems to me that a key purpose of the planning department is to support the planning commission, and that takes a lot of time too.
True.
And that
Good
perhaps
point.
that should be on the slide.
Good point.
Yeah. Is there any further comment from the public on the planning department? Okay. Thank you. City Attorney.
So I'll just be briefly reviewing the city attorney's budget. So the purpose of the city attorneys is to provide legal advice to the council. The attorney works directly for the council. Myself and the city attorney are the only two direct reports to the city council. Framing and reviewing city ordinances, resolutions, and agreements, advising on all areas of the law for us, and representing the city in litigation. Some achievements from last year. So there's a list. You can see that what the city attorney put together. I'm not going to go through them, but certainly was of great assistance as we went through some conflicts of interest for Records Brown Act and Public Records Act requests, support in our labor and employment matters, and some work on the general plan and housing element. The attorney's always there to support us to ensure that our work is accurate and legal, and certainly appreciate the support that Tom Brown's office provides us. Again, some more achievements. They give us written and oral legal advice when we need them for both myself, executive staff, and the council. They draft ordinances for us, manage our litigation, and have represented us in a variety of legal matters. Some goals for the coming year would be to continue to improve, to provide efforts with regards to investigation and remedies for the 1.9 million. They are involved in those efforts with us at this time, and to assist, if the council so chooses, towards the city charter and transfer tax ordinance. Others are to successfully defend any settlement agreements and to assist us in finalizing the housing element and general plan. For the city attorney's budget, we have made some increases, not so much over the estimated for 14-15, but you can see that from 13-14 that we did increase the budget. We stayed increased because we have utilized the city attorney's office more in recent years. It's very helpful to me. And as we go through some of the records management challenges and some of the issues, and again, it's that public administration and updating our policies, it's really important that the city attorney is there to assist us in those matters. And so we've kept the city attorney's budget a little bit higher than it was in prior years so that we have adequate support as we pursue some of the issues that are occurring within the city. And so for city attorney, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just on the budget there, are these annual numbers as opposed to fiscal year numbers?
No, these are all fiscal year.
These are all fiscal year, okay.
Can you describe in general just how the contract is set up with the attorney, distinguishing between the litigation work and the other work, the contract work? I have never seen that contract, and I'm just kind of curious, is it a lump sum or is it just basically by the hour?
By the hour.
Okay. I frankly, I think that this budget is way too high, and I'm not you, and I don't sit in your chair and make those decisions, but for a town our size, an $800,000 city attorney budget is something that we cannot sustain, frankly. I know we have a lot of needs in the city. I think probably I would request, and maybe we can have this dialogue later, but I'm not sure. It's within your purview. And I guess there's a part of me that says, I'd like to look at his bills, and not necessarily approve his bills, but I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with that kind of amount of money. I'm surprised that actually the litigation budget is not higher. It's only $300,000. But I have deep concerns about the city attorney budget. And I'm not sure if we want to telegraph to anyone that we have an $800,000 city attorney budget. I'd like to have that firm also come back to maybe look at the contract, or we can look at the contract to make sure that we're not overpaying. And I'm not suggesting that we are. And by the way, I think we're getting high quality legal services. I have no doubt about that, and that is not the intent of my comment. But I don't know how much. It's awkward for me, Jennifer, because you're the one who has to oversee this, approve the bills. But I feel obligated to have some oversight role as a member of the city council, and I don't know what's appropriate for the city council member to weigh in on that. But maybe my concerns would be justified if I saw some of the things that are going on. We don't see anything coming our way to even evaluate whether it's appropriate or legitimate, and I don't know what the answer is. I'm willing to give and take a little bit. I don't want to overstep because I understand what your role is, and I understand what my role is. $800,000 is troubling to me, and I've seen a lot of budgets, and I do a lot of litigation and a lot of legal work, so those are my 2 cents.
Do we have any benchmarks to compare it to? Similar sized cities that are nearby, like just north of us?
Well, I think it's one of those situations where you can't compare cities because of where we are and where we've been and where I'm trying to take the organization. In my mind, this is one of those instances where you have to spend some money to save money in the future. So, quite frankly, the city attorney had not been involved in much of the city business in the years prior to my arrival. I can't do business like that. I think it's incredibly important that he and his law firm review the contracts that we're bringing before council to sign to make sure that they're legal and defendable and proper. I think it's important that they're part of any types of, like the refinance for Stonebridge. Now that was paid for through that project, but they were heavily involved in that. They're heavily involved in the sale for a property that we're bringing to council tomorrow. The law is incredibly complicated, and I wasn't hired to be your city attorney. I was hired to be your city manager. The city attorney works for you, and so these are certainly appropriate conversations for you to have with the city attorney. But I can tell you that it's a very valuable resource for me as we do cleanup, as we implement new policies, as we move forward on some of the things that do need attention. I believe that this next year will require a higher level of city attorney review than we've had to have in the past. My hope is that as we have those improvements and we have those things in place, and I've talked to Tom about this, and he agrees as well, that this number can start to come down. But we do have quite a bit of things to do to improve that require the city attorney's involvement. We can certainly bring that number down and do a mid-year adjustment to see if we're using him as much, and maybe even by mid-year more things are in place. But for me, that seemed to be an accurate number for what we're going to be facing and what we're going to be doing in this coming fiscal year. But again, we could certainly look at it. We could bring it down and look at it at mid-year.
Now, just one quick question. Is some of this money, for example, you mentioned over here that one of the matters is the Upper Valley Pond 1A matter. So does some of this money get charged, for example, in that case, to the wastewater fund?
Yes, it could. It could be charged to a variety of funds. It could be, some of them it's reimbursed. For example, like when we did the Stonebridge refinance, that was paid for as part of that project. Any work that's done on a major project, that can be reimbursed as well. So that's one of the reasons for the tracking. We track very closely what's spent on what. So yes, that could be. Okay. We're very careful about that.
All right. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll move on to non-departmental.
All right, this is my last one.
All right.
All right, so non-departmental is basically a catch-all for things that are not easily identifiable with a certain department and cross the entire organization. And so it's a common category for cities to have. What falls under this is our insurance that's paid through the REMIF for all the organization, debt service that we have, community partnerships can be found under this for things like LAFCO and the chamber, as well as some citywide fees and costs that we have to pay as part of being a city. Some accomplishments under this area: we managed our insurance and risk management programs. We're implementing a new self-funded health insurance program that we're hopeful in future years will help contain our costs. We supported the Chamber of Commerce. We participated in the Tourist Improvement District. We supported community partners, and we provided animal care and sheltering services actually in-house with the assistance of some nonprofits in the community. Some goals, we did add some funding to upgrade our IT equipment. It is quite old, and so there's some necessary upgrades that need to happen, not only for functionality, but for security. There's continued support for the Chamber of Commerce to implement the new self-funded health insurance program, which will be a tremendous amount of work for our administrative services manager, to continue to participate on the TID and continue supporting our community partners. If you go to the budget slide, again, there's not much change in general. You'll see there is an increase for the Chamber of Commerce, and I'll go to that slide in a minute. Everything else pretty much stayed the same, but you see there's a large change when it comes to transfers, and that's basically our capital projects, and those transfers fall in the non-departmental because they're coming out of our bond issuances for water, wastewater, and so we're not transferring any of those funds this year, so that's why you're seeing nearly a $3 million decline. For the Chamber of Commerce, we're asking for $210,000. That is an increase over last year, but again, I was trying to follow the council's directive of economic vitality and as one of your strategic objectives. And again, we funded upgrades to the computer hardware, hardware and servers in the range of about $80,000. This was where I was going to have Pam speak, but she's had her her quick 5 minutes. But this is where the funding for the chamber falls, is under non-departmental. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any initial questions?
With respect to the chamber budget, are there benchmarks or some kind of performance measurements in place, or is that something we could look at to first of all, I have no doubt that the chamber needs this money, and it's money well served. I have a lot of experience with the issue in Calistoga. I was on the chamber, I was on the city council, and I saw the benefit of the money. So I don't question that. But I do think that we should be encouraging the chamber and the city to try to develop benchmarks so that we can report to the community every year that some numbers are increasing or TOT is increasing, or whatever it is, to have those in place. And frankly, I think that rewards the chamber for the good work that they do. So,
Pam and I have had that discussion, and so as we work on the contract, we're waiting for direction on the funding. It is difficult sometimes with services because you never know which advertising or which marketing piece reached somebody who told somebody, and then somebody else then comes to St. Helena because of word of mouth. And so it's sometimes very difficult. It's like our wonderful nonprofits and their social services. It's very hard to measure, but she and I understand that that's important, and so we agreed that we would talk about something like that for this coming contract.
I agree with you that it's very difficult to measure. I look for trends. That helps me. You can't point to any one indicator, but you can see trends over time, over 3, 4, 5 year periods, and hopefully the trend is up. So that's what I would be looking for as benchmarks. Thanks.
Is there any public comment, please?
Hi, Jeff Ellsworth, 1434 Sylvaner. Regarding the promotion of St. Helena, I think funds for that need to be balanced with analysis of the impacts to the residents and community from visitation. And I think this is something that needs to happen on a county level as well, that we need to start getting integrated between the county and the municipalities, because we have two-lane roads that feed up valley, and we have limited water. I think the idea that it's a competition between cities is dangerous, because the collateral damage of a competition can be the impacts to the citizens' quality of life, and also an increased urbanization. I like thinking about it as a sort of a sharing the burdens, sharing the wealth. So we look about how we balance things throughout the whole county, because we share the roadways and we share the water. So if people stay in Napa and people stay in Calistoga and they're getting the TOT there, and yet we feel the impacts in St. Helena, is there some way to balance this? Just the idea of jumping in the competition, adding more hotels, whatever, when we don't understand the capacity of our roadways, I think is a little bit dangerous. So I think we need to talk with the county about how everything is spread around, and see if we can manage to work together, perhaps as a national park might work, with a system of circulation, and how we regulate things. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Afternoon, Linda Burton. This seems like, speaking as a member of the public, this seems like a large amount of money to be going to the Chamber of Commerce. I understand that there will be some indirect benefits to the city by the work of the Chamber of Commerce, but it seems to me that business is in business to take care of its interests, and it's in their interests to increase their revenue. And I think this is a rather large amount of money to be given to the chamber without some clear benefit coming back that is measurable to the community.
Okay.
Hi, Pam Simpson again with the St. Helena Chamber of Commerce. The measurables that Councilmember Doring was talking about is something that we're definitely putting into place. We measure TOT against the occupancy and the average daily rate going up. We measure that against how the rest of the county's doing and the other towns. So there are some measurables being put into place. A lot of that comes from the strategic plan that the Chamber instituted back in September at our retreat. And we know that that certain marketing is working. We've got a dashboard. I can share that. I did share it in the April was when I gave the presentation. Showed the dashboard showing that the marketing is working. We're having more visits to the site. That occupancy is actually going up. I was hoping to show sales tax data. We haven't been able to get that yet from the city, but sales tax has been lagging in St. Helena versus the other towns. We're farther behind, and so that's something that we're going to be trying to really initiate, something like a Shop St. Helena, so we can actually see a measurable, see that the shopping actually increases, that the sales tax does increase. So we have set benchmarks, and we do have goals, and then we also have data that we're going to be using to set against those benchmarks to make sure that we are showing results. So that's the first thing. The second thing I just wanted to say is that the business community, again, is the economic driver of this town. Property tax, sales tax, and TOT comes directly from business, and if it's doing well, then so is St. Helena. The Chamber is a organization of membership, and right now, still 52% of our budget comes from dues. And so we are taking care of ourselves, and we are, the community is giving, and the membership is up, and this is a small, not a small portion, it's a significant portion of our budget, but it's not in any way more than half of what we do. We get a small grant from Visit Napa Valley at $30,000, and we also get the TID at about $75,000. Otherwise, the rest of our chamber dues, budget comes from dues. Thank you.
How much of the increased amount would be going to marketing? All of it, or just a portion of it?
A good portion of it.
Good portion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll be adding it to the TID. The TID only has $75,000 that they're giving to the chamber this year. It's a very small amount of money, so we're adding it to that.
Thank you.
This is really a difficult and complex subject. I can tell that Jennifer Phillips agrees very much with Pam Simpson by the look on her face. But Jennifer, I want you to really listen to the public too. And there is a serious issue in this city with businesses that serve the people who live here. I would have to agree with pretty much everything Jeff said. He's pretty complicated, so I'm not sure about all of that. And I would agree with what Linda said. But what pops in my mind is that when I worked for the Chamber of Commerce maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago, they hired an outside marketing person to make this a destination city. And I don't know how much more this city can be made a destination city and have the infrastructure to support it when in fact the city is not such a city that has, I mean, I'm still my shopping is on Amazon Prime, and I drive to Napa and I drive to Santa Rosa, and I don't think I should have to do that. I think I should be able to shop in St. Helena. One of the things that I wish you would consider is changing your policy about formula businesses. I certainly wouldn't like to see Walmart here, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't like to see McCullough's. You know, there are just some medium-sized businesses that would allow citizens who live here to shop, but it would require that you change your policy on formula businesses. And I really wish that you would give that some real thought. I have to agree with Linda. That's an awful lot of money to go to the Chamber of Commerce without it being ready to present the statistics to justify that. And I don't know when those statistics will be ready, but I'm certainly anxious to see them.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Thank you.
Excuse me, this is Holly Keegan. This is a small comment, but everybody's presentation has included a fair amount, I don't know how much, for technology. And I would be interested in trying to isolate those budgets for technology from all the departments and see what they amount to and how integrated they are. Because, for instance, in the chamber, and I know that's not affiliated with the city's complex software system, but they're spending 40% of their budget of the money they're asking for on technology. And I think most of our city departments are spending a lot. So it's just a comment.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave Ewell, and I finally found something I might know a little bit about in all this today. This has been very informative. I would like to ask what's been done along the same lines about looking at outsourcing all this IT hardware and software and so on, because you talked about the trends. You want to watch the trends. Well, the trends clearly for software support is you put it in the cloud. You don't buy another bunch of servers. So I don't know what's in the budget, but I would hope that you would consider that.
Our IT services are outsourced.
Well, there you go. Then what was all the hardware for?
The city has to have certain amounts of hardware to be able to function. So some of it is for security purposes, and others are necessary servers that we need to have.
So some of your IT services are outsourced.
Well, I have no IT staff, so all of my IT is outsourced. I'm required to purchase some hardware to run the system.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I think it would be, this is Tracy Sweeney, 1407 Kearney Street, speaking as a citizen, not as a planning commissioner. I think it would be interesting, and I know you've presented it, and we've all seen the numbers on TOT, but it would be interesting in the course of this conversation today to reflect back on what percentage of the total revenue stream and dollars that you'll be working with are TOT dollars, and what that leverage would be from the investment standpoint of the Chamber of Commerce. For example, just one thing that you did bring up, that you were moving closer to balancing your budget, and you were improving some of the long-term outlook based alone on the Las Alcobos additional rooms, and those rooms need to be filled, or those dollars don't come into the city. So I think that the outside marketing and the destination focus that the chamber is putting on marketing the city are being directly implied will be effective in order to meet your budget. So you can't have one without the other.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further public comment? Any further council discussion? I've got just one question here. The chamber, and it's probably somewhere back in that April presentation, but it says funding to upgrade computer hardware services. How much of what the chamber is requesting relates to that specific purpose?
The funding for the upgrade for computer hardware and services for the city alone has nothing to do with the chamber.
Oh, that's for the city. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
How much? It looks to me like from our sales tax and our transient tax, almost 50% of our revenue is coming from those two items. Is that close to accurate?
I know the three are 75%. It looks like you have the graph in front of you.
I've got these other tables in front of me. I was adding
So
them up.
property tax, sales tax, and TOT are 75% of our general fund revenue.
Right, and my memory is that property tax is about 32%, sales tax about 28%, and TOT tax around 18%.
That sounds right.
Very close.
Yep.
Well, you got the numbers.
Yeah, page 14 of your actual budget, your proposed budget, it shows the general fund revenues. So the mayor had it pretty much spot on. 33% is property, 28% is sales, and 19% is TOT.
Okay.
So it's close to half then.
Yes.
I guess that my question is, if the chamber weren't marketing St. Helena, let's put aside whether or not we should be competing with other communities. I guess 46% of our revenue comes from. I mean, if locals are spending something, we don't know how much. Who would market St. Helena other than individual businesses? The city doesn't have the staff to do it.
No, we don't have the staff to do it, so it would fall upon individual businesses to do that.
Yeah. So the real question is, what would happen if we didn't have an agency marketing St. Helena? I guess hotels market.
That's an answer. That's a question I don't have an answer to.
Okay. No, you've had your chance. once. But we get to the next section, if it's pertinent to the next section, library recreation.
I don't know who's driving the slides. Okay, April. So, starting out with our nice little org chart there, we have 8 full-time people and 12 part-time people. Or actually, that's what's being proposed for the next year. Right now, we have 7 full-time people and 13 part-time. And as Jennifer mentioned earlier, we're requesting funding. Approval for funding out of the Tweed Trust to bump one of our part-time people to full-time. So I'll go into that a little bit more as we move on. So our purpose is we serve the city of St. Helena, and actually not just St. Helena, we also serve surrounding communities. So we have about 10,000 people that visit the library monthly. We circulate over 250,000 items each year. Last year it was actually 313,000 items. We do a lot of programming, and a few years ago I made a presentation where we talked about the 4 E's. It was engagement, education, experience, and enrichment. So we're still doing all of that and doing it well, I believe. And we just want to do our best to make certain that we have the best library services and use our resources wisely. Oh, and I hope this works. Okay. A fun little video for you. If you watch that in slow motion, you'll notice I stuck a couple pictures of my kids in there. So, so at the library, though. So to talk a little bit about our achievements, we set a goal last year of promoting our electronic resources. It's an interesting kind of issue that we're having across the country with electronic resources. We're having kind of on this continuum of adoption of technology. We have a lot of people who are moving toward electronic resource and electronic delivery of materials, so we're pushing that as available. And we did see over 100% increase in usage. We also created an online self-service video series and started the community engagement initiative. We got the Book to Action grant, and with that we launched the Be Aware initiative. So we also worked with the Napa Valley Wine Library Association to work on a new archiving project, and we introduced some new Spanish language programs specifically to support English learners. And we changed library operational hours. We did a survey to see when people needed us to be open, and then made some changes to meet that. And we optimized the library's website to make it mobile friendly. And then again, we're named as a Star Library for the 7th year in a row from Library Journal. So our goals are we're going to be looking at incorporating more volunteers into our services. And we're going to continue to try to streamline some of our services and be more efficient. And working with other departments and also outside groups to continue to provide resources to different specific populations, continuing the Be Aware initiative. And we also are planning to start a 5-year strategic plan project. That's something that was budgeted for this year, and we just got the contract completed last week, and so we're going to be moving forward with that in the next couple of months, and then we're going to be completing also our digitization of the St. Helena Star archive so that you can read all the way back to the 1800s online. So this is the library's budget. Not a whole lot of changes. In the salaries and benefits, we have a few increases. This is everything, so it's not just general funds. So most of the proposed salary increase, I believe, can be attributed to the new position that's out of Tweed. And then, of course, there's some minor adjustments for step increases and things like that. So everything else is pretty much the same. We've changed a little bit of things, the way they're moving around and where they're paid from. So some things went up, other things went down. At the end, the bottom line's not that different. So changes. Again, we're adding this full-time position to work. This will be in the children's department specifically, based on the survey that we did with the community on budget priorities. Two of the main things that came out high for the library were doing academic support for students and also early literacy. So having a full-time position in children's will help us to meet that demand. And additional unfunded needs. Actually, as of right now, we are fully funded. We do have a couple of projects that we've put on hold that are not essential, things that we took on as goals a couple of years ago that just, for whatever reason, kept getting bumped to next week and then the next week and the next week. And so we're doing fine, and we're just going to continue with those positions on hold until we can either have additional staff or volunteers to assist us with them. And then some of our other needs are kind of unknown at this point. We are going to be completing the strategic plan in the next few months. That should be finished, I imagine, in late fall. So going into next year, we would have opportunity to come back, and I'm not really certain what we're going to be doing. It'll depend on the outcomes of that plan and what we identify as priorities and needs. And I imagine we'll be making a number of changes. They may not necessarily mean more money. That might just be moving money around. So, service options for reducing expenses. We have a couple of different options if this is a route that City Council wants to go. We could consider contracting with Napa County Library for all library services. As you know, the St. Helena Library is the only independent library of the Napa County system. We do currently contract with some of our partner libraries for some services, but this would mean basically becoming a part of the Napa County Library system. We could also explore contracting out for very selected processes, and we could look at service reductions as well. And then that one's Jennifer's. We could consolidate recreation with the library to provide community services. I'm not sure what that means. Jennifer, we're trying to stay open to ideas, and again, this is something that all of those options are something that if we're given direction to explore them, we would come back with more ideas and more details. I think that's it. Questions?
Do we have any idea what savings might be possible through those different service options, short of the service, well, actually for all of them? Any ballpark figures?
The thing, I don't have specifics. I've got some general ideas on a couple of them. I can tell you that with all of them, we would have a certain amount of savings, but we would also be looking at a certain amount of service reduction. So there's nothing that would save us money that would not include service reduction.
By that you mean reduced library hours?
Yes.
Or staffing.
Or staffing, which would mean library hours.
So you mentioned earlier that we serve a lot of folks outside of St. Helena that are coming and using it.
Correct.
Are there any revenue streams we aren't capturing that we could capture from outside use?
It's been discussed in the past of having a non-resident fee. Currently, with our arrangement that we have with the SNAP libraries, which includes all the libraries in Solano and Napa, we're not allowed to do that. We actually have a lot of economies of scale by sharing services with those libraries. So we share a collection, we share a catalog, we share a lot of our electronic resources. So it's kind of an in-kind balance, so to speak. So if we were to say, have like a $50 a year fee for somebody who lived in Angwin to use our library, we would have to drop out of SNAP in order to do that.
So then we wouldn't be able to share
Collections and
Are there other alternatives to SNAP? Are there other libraries that do this and have outside?
There are a few. There is a library, San Leandro has a non-resident fee, and Santa Clara County has a non-resident fee. They charge each of them about $100 a person for someone who lives out of town. The difficulty in that is trying to balance the money coming in with what you're actually providing, because some people can choose simply not to have a library card. So, like, if you have a family of 4 and they right now all of them have a library card, they could say, oh, well, we'll just have one library card and share it. So you're still providing service to 4 people, but they're only paying for 1. There's also a lot of administrative issues that come into play. So it's like, okay, are we going to charge students that go to school here, or are we going to charge business owners? Are we going to charge people who live outside of our city limits, but it says St. Helena on their address? And so I've talked with other libraries that have done this, and it's something that we could look into. My initial thought from speaking to these other libraries that do it is that it's more work than it's worth. And especially considering that we would be losing services that we share with the other partner libraries.
Does the library receive any funds from the school district?
No.
No.
How about the wine library? Is there anyone else that's donating towards maintaining that wine library, which I understand is a sort of a Napa Valley treasure, right?
Yes. Well, they give us about $5,000 a year. Maybe actually it might be closer to 75. That goes toward collections, so purchasing new materials that we add to the collection. Other than that, we don't really have any specific line item expenses associated with them, because we don't have like a wine librarian. They would love us to do that. I've told them that we'd be happy to do that if they're pay for it.
Who is they here?
They is the Napa Valley Wine Library Association.
Oh.
So and that money actually that they give us is not reflected in this budget because we send those bills directly to them.
Can you talk a little bit about the volunteerism efforts? I've always thought that with the great library we have, maybe there is a opportunity to reduce the overall expenses of the library through more volunteerism. And I know that it's complicated and it's challenging, and you can't rely on volunteers as much as you can staff. But what's the latest discussion and thought process with respect?
Well, we have excuse me. We have a number of volunteers already that help us with a lot of different things, and there are some kind of backroom clerical type things that, as needed, we could bring in additional people to assist us with that, and we have had interest in that. And so when people come to us and they have that kind of, they like that kind of activity, we have been assigning them to that. It's mostly, the thing that costs us the most is actually just keeping the doors open, and as you said, it can be a little challenging with volunteers, because for every 40-hour person that you're trying to replace with volunteers, you need a team of about 15 people doing 3-hour shifts and 4-hour shifts, and when they go on vacation and things like that. So it can we'd always want to have some paid staff in the building. So it's something that, again, we're working on exploring. In the past, what we've done is we've used volunteers to extend services. And so when we were adding new things, adding enhancements, we would frequently use volunteers for that. That's how our adult programming series got started. And now we'd be looking at more kind of internal services. What could we do? And a lot of times it just depends on the work that's available and the person that wants to do it. So, but we're definitely going to be exploring more of that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
Is the Tweed Trust something that's sustainable over a long period of time, and with respect to paying half of that new position?
It's actually going to be paid for 100% of that position.
Okay.
And the Tweed Trust is not inexhaustible. It will eventually go away based on the funds that are available and our current strategy for using them. We're looking at probably between 5 and 7 years that money would last. Another thing that I should discuss, Mandy brought up the money, the loss in state funds. And so there was a huge loss in revenue, but not all of that went to general fund. We actually, I talked with the library board. They're the ones that make the recommendations on how to use the Tweed Trust. And based on our knowledge of what the city's fiscal situation was, we knew that coming to you and asking for an additional $140,000 just wasn't going to be smart. And so we decided that we talked about a plan of kind of baby stepping our way back out of that hole. So we've got basically $140,000 gap, and so we've added an additional $25,000 into general fund this year, and the remainder is being paid out of Tweed. And then we're going to do the same thing next year and next year and next year. So as long as we can continue along that path, in 5 years, we would no longer need to supplement with Tweed Fund, which is about the time it runs out.
Would it be possible for our next meeting to have a matrix put together that addresses all the different service options? So we know what potential savings, what loss in services, how things compare.
We could definitely do that. I've already been, particularly like, for instance, with the discussion or the option to contract with Napa County. I've already talked to the director of the Napa County Library a couple of times, and I think what we would need, perhaps some direction. And I don't know. It's a little bit. Where's the cart and where's the horse? Because the money that we would pay to Napa County to provide library service, if we were to ask for, say, the same services we have now, or if we wanted to say we want to go in with the intent of saving money, because the amount of service that they could give us is basically based on a per hour open amount, and also the level of staffing during those hours. So we could say, okay, we want to have 2 staff people in the building, or we want to have 3 staff people in the building. We want to have a librarian, or we don't want to have a librarian. We want to have programming, or we don't want to have programming. Those things are all, like, on a sliding scale, going to affect the per hour amount. So yes. Yes.
I think we'd be looking for some direction. There's not a whole lot of service options throughout this presentation, but we would look to have it narrowed down a little bit. And so I think we'd be looking for, is there something in particular that you're interested in? And next meeting, I would assume, would be another budget workshop, which would be towards the end of May, early June. No work, I want to be very clear that no work has been done on any of these service options. One is, as we put the budget together, the budget gap was growing, and so we didn't know where we were going to be until all the numbers come together. And so we need to look at what our options are, and there's many out there, and so we don't have the time nor the staff to be able to come up with huge, in-depth proposals. It's going to be very difficult to have something in place for July 1st. I think what we're looking for is your temperature on, would this even be something you would be interested in us pursuing? Because if it's not, we would put that aside and focus on other areas. So it's not really, yeah, we'd like you to take a look at everything. It would be really helpful if you did narrow it down. So if you're interested in, basically the concept here is, are you interested in options for the library that ultimately result in a reduction in service? Because that's the only way you save money. And so these are some options that potentially, and the fourth one, it is something that I added to the slide because I wanted to encourage the council and the community and the staff to be creative as we go through this process and be open to different ways of doing business. And it's not a thought out plan. Again, it's just should we look at a different service option? Should we look at a different model of how we deliver some of our services? We've been doing some things the same way for a long time, and maybe it's time to look at it from a different perspective. There are communities that have combined these types of community services into a department, and it's been very successful. And so that's all it was for, was to spur conversation. And so really, I think at the end of this, that's what I'm looking for is, if you're interested in having the library be one of the areas which you would like us to come back with some kind of service reduction, that's what I need to know. And then we would work together and we would bring back some options for service reductions.
So my thoughts are that, contracting with the Napa County Library is probably the last thing that I'd want to see right now. Maybe certain select procedures, and service reductions are the last thing I want to see either, but we've got $1 million gap. I think we have to look at what's possible, and I would say, can we look for low-hanging fruit where there's real bang for the buck, where we don't have major loss in service, but have reduction in cost. And I see volunteer, and that's hard, right? But we have to look in every department for that. Otherwise, we're not going to get there, and we're going to be operating with $1 million deficit.
I'm going to tell you that this organization is missing limbs already. There is no low-hanging fruit left. And so part of the difficult part of this budget discussion is you're going to have to cut things that hurt. There's no way out of this. And so I think that we're running very lean. Could we squeeze a little bit out of the library? Could we squeeze a little bit out of that? Yeah. But you have a long-term structural deficit in this organization, and we need to look at real changes to how we do business. And so I don't have any low-hanging fruit in the library for you. It's either service reductions in the library or you look at something else. There's just nothing small left.
So are there other communities that have implemented that have, small community budgets but want to have things like this? I know, I'm just as an example, all of our sporting programs, we've got tons of, all the coaches volunteer, hundreds of hours over a season. Are there models for more volunteerism that we can look to so we don't have to lose service, but can figure out how to reduce costs?
Well, it's one of the things that Jennifer and I have talked about, and so I'm very excited that she's agreed to take on a volunteer program without adding a volunteer coordinator, which was always the discussion before, is I've asked her to lead that initiative for this coming year, and how could we enhance our volunteer program at the library. The next presentation you have is from recreation, and you can see the number of volunteers that are actively engaged in our recreation program. So I absolutely think there's some opportunities. What we need to be thoughtful about is we cannot replace employees with volunteers, and so if you can't do that, that's not a legal and appropriate cost saving. Is just to say we're going to lay off 3 people and we're going to replace them with volunteers. You can't do that. So if you want to see cost savings and you want it to fit, one of the areas would be the library. We need to look at service reductions, and certainly we can there's an opportunity to look at positions, there's an opportunity to look at where volunteers could help us, but you can't replace them for paid employees.
That's a legal issue?
It's
or an operational issue?
It's a union issue.
It's a union issue, okay, thank you. No one else?
Well, Mr. White?
We have to look everywhere, I think. I would like to at least see what your thoughts are on the consolidation with recreation. I mean, so we can have an idea of what you've got in mind, how that might benefit, both departments, and if there's cost savings involved with that. I mean, service reductions, I've lived in this community for over 50 years, and I see that the library has built on itself more programs, and more programs, and I don't know that definitely when it was at the Carnegie Building, it didn't have much more than books, and I know it's a tough thing to, if you've got a clientele that is enjoying those services, how do you cut that back and not hurt some people? So
You know, I think, but we need to be creative, and we need to take a look at the hard issues of how do we keep sustaining this. And if we're going to create a whole new, you know, full-time position, and then you're saying that we have union problems with, you know, getting rid of positions, I'm not so sure I want to see a new full-time position that is not sustainable for the long term, and that we're going to, you know, have an issue of trying to cut that back later. So those are just some of my thoughts, but I would like to see what the opportunity is there for a consolidation. So if that's possible to get before us for consideration, that would be helpful.
Well, let me ask a question here. My understanding, which may be wrong, is that the programs themselves are not funded out of the city, that they're funded by and large out of the foundation. Is that right?
Friends and Foundation, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
They fund all of one position that is associated with programs and marketing, and about 50% of a second position, and then they fund all of the ancillary costs of providing programs.
And so basically what the city is funding from a people point of view are the folks that keep the library open.
Correct.
And so if we're going to reduce general fund expenses, as I understand it, and the library is curtailed, it means sacrificing city employees, and it means a significant curtailment in library hours.
Correct.
That just seems to be the fundamental economics of the library as I see it. And so the question for the council is whether you want to explore service reductions or whether you want to explore having the library, I guess, taken over by Napa County and see what that would save.
Well, I'd like to see a comparison, so we've got some numbers before us to be able to even take a look at that. If there's no significant savings, I mean, if we're only taking a look at curtailing hours, then we have to decide whether we want to curtail hours. If there's no savings between us running the library and the county running the library.
Question. We said that we can only use volunteers to extend services, not for core services. Does that include hours of operations? Like, could you have a shorter core with extended hours that are based on volunteerism being available?
You just need to be very thoughtful about it. So I don't want to speak out of turn, and you have to realize that we're impacting individuals' lives, and we want to be thoughtful as we have these conversations about potentially cutting positions within the staffing. And so again, there was no opportunity or time to do any research on any of these, and so I'd like the time and the opportunity to look at. I think it's important to talk to our representatives who represent this group of employees, as well as look at options. But volunteers are generally intended to support sort of around the organization, and really aren't intended to do jobs that have job descriptions and the work that a paid employee does. And so I'm just sort of throwing a caution flag up to say we need to be thoughtful about that. We can't just say, our volunteer fire department started out volunteer, and so it can be volunteer. We have a fully paid library, and we can't just say, okay, now we want 2 paid employees and everybody else is going to be voluntary. So there's a lot of process there, and so as part of bringing this back, then I can have more definitive answers for you on that.
If I can give you just a really short, simple example of how we're using volunteers right now. For instance, we have this 315,000 items that flow in and out of our building, have to go back where they belong every time they come in, and we have currently 2 paid staff people to shelve books. They're shelvers, and so they each work 12 hours a week, and there's just absolutely no way that 2 people at 12 hours a week could shelve that many items. So we have a lot of volunteers that assist with that. One particular fabulous volunteer that joined us fairly recently he puts the books in order so that then the person who comes and grabs the cart and takes it doesn't have to do that. And he loves doing it, and it's a fabulous assistance to us, but we still have that paid person that actually puts the items on the shelf.
I note that our general fund, the proposal for 2015-16 is $1,079,000, and that we or the library gets about $300,000 from other sources. Is that about right?
That's, yes, roughly, yes.
The funds, the different trusts. I don't think $1 million library and costs going up, especially in the benefits area, is sustainable for the community. But I also recognize that the library has a much greater purpose than books, and your little video spoke to that. I do think it serves the role of a community center that this city does not have. Many cities have community centers, and a lot of the programs that we see in the library, and thanks for clarifying that a lot of those programs are paid for by other than general fund. I just think over time, $1 million library is just not something that we can sustain until we get more revenues and more TOT and those kinds of things. So in the short term, I think we have to go and sharpen our pencils and try to get back to a 2013, 2014 period of funding, and that's from the general fund, $876,000 to $918,000. So we have to visit all of these areas. I don't think that we should look at the county, but I think at the other options I think we should explore. And I think we have to think of it as a community center library. We have to kind of change our paradigm there. Yes, it is an expensive item, but we're doing so much more for our community that really doesn't have that many enhancements. It's interesting, for as wealthy as this community is, outside of government, we have very little enhancements, and other cities have so much more. I'm a supporter of the library because I think of the broader concept. Until we get a community center with all of those things on board, the library is serving that purpose. But at the same time, I just don't think that over time that we can be, we're over $1 million now, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. So I think I would encourage looking at staffing reductions, giving us a sense of, we lopped off 100,000 or 200,000, whatever the numbers are, what does that mean in service? That's what I need I have to have a good sense of what that is. If we came back and we lopped off 300,000, what does that mean in terms of hours and people? And I agree with you, Jennifer, these are people's lives. People I know, many of them I know pretty well. So yeah, that's a difficult issue, but I think we have to make the difficult issues now because it's not going to get better in our community.
Well, and maybe the way we look at this is, like our community overall, we need to find greater sources of revenue over time. As we've seen, not just in this, but also in our deferred capital improvement plan, we've got major deficits. And while there may be some short-term pain, maybe it's short-term. And 5 years from now or 4 years from now, we can revisit these levels of service. And so I don't necessarily think of these changes as permanent, but temporary necessary measures to get us to the point where we can sustain what we've been used to. Maybe we can't ever, but
we need to
yeah,
give it a
I agree
whirl.
with you. I guess I'm an optimist, so I'm more optimistic on the revenue side than Jennifer is. But she's an expert in the area, and I'm not. I'm thinking that Pam is going to bring that TOT up to $3 million a year within the next 2 years.
That's only going to happen with cooperation from our community. I mean, without the whole community buying in that we need to have new revenue streams, then we've got to cut services. So, nobody likes us to be hard-nosed about the library, but everybody wants to be hard-nosed about the chamber. And, everybody's got to work together to be able to get our revenue streams in order so we can afford to have these kinds of services. And I think those are the things that we all need to pull together to be able to do. So.
By the way, I was hard-nosed about the city attorney, so we're going to spread it around. And there's others coming.
Yes.
Well, I don't really have much to add. I think I join Paul's comments. I'm a huge supporter of the library. I hate to see any service cut back, but we are in a most difficult situation. And I thought that slide that Ms. Phillips presented showing the impact on us and the general fund coming from that $1.6 million hit out of the $1.9 million just drove it home. It's so unfortunate, and here we are in a position where, as I see it, we absolutely cannot allow our reserves, our assigned reserves, to fall below 20%. It's just not responsible. That's the bottom line for me. And maybe Ms. Phillips is going to tell me 25%, but 20% at least. You know, and you look at what happens if you have a real emergency, the way Napa had with the earthquake. If that happens to us, we're going to run through $2 million very, very quickly. It's not going to be enough. That's our problem. All right. I think you've got at least a little direction.
I do. Thank you very much.
On this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Recreation, very small department. Small but mighty department.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I have a little cold.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh,
did I
I'm
miss
sorry.
public comment on the library? Please, let me go back and open it up to public comment. Is there any further public comment? Sure, please.
Tracy Sweeney was up before. Really, just for clarity on the outside programming funding, is there no direct cost to the library to support any of those programs? Because that might be an interesting way to kind of isolate that programming, getting back to what Councilmember White said, and then see, are there costs that are kind of tail costs that are coming along because we have this programming that wouldn't affect necessarily hours of operation, but you know, if there's an event at the library, what kind of costs are being driven into that?
Is there any staff response at this point? No. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Linda Burton, again. I was a library trustee. Actually, my first job was shelving books at the Carnegie Building when I was probably too young to be getting paid for it. But now I'm on the foundation, and just in the time I've been involved as an adult in the library, we've got tremendous community support for this library, and that's being demonstrated, I think, in the kind of financial support that we've got, starting with Dr. Wood and his wife, Tweed, the latest bequest that we've had come into the library this past year. Just so you all know, one of the main projects of the foundation is to implement a plan giving program. We've been working on that for the last 6 months. We are about to launch it. And I think that once we do that, again, that's a bit of a longer term. People have to pass away so that we get the money. But we've had, millions of dollars come into this library from bequests, which has really made the library what it is today, is that those millions of dollars coming in that has allowed us to build this building, put money into the books and materials. The city council, city funds have not been going into buying materials for the library, so I'm sure you're all aware of that. They've been going into salaries and maintenance, but not into the materials and the books, and of late the programming. So that project is about to be launched, and we are hopeful, and I think that it's more than hopeful. We're going to be getting in some money from a plan giving program that's going to really support and grow a financial base for our library. I would really hate to see us join the Napa County Library. That system, they do a fine job with what they have, but that is going to tremendously reduce the kind of community library that we have.
Yeah, I must say I couldn't agree with your comments more. Any further public comment? All right. We'll move on to recreation. Ms.
Good
Arias.
afternoon.
Yes. Heidi.
Well, start with our work chart. You have me as the recreation director. Last year, you implemented back the recreation supervisor, which is Amalia. She's at the teen center, heading the teen center afternoon and afternoon classes as well. Also have a sports assistant that's half-time, less than 1,000 hours. And then our seasonal staff, which is officials, camp staff, and all that kind of stuff. Our volunteers is our biggest work chart. Each coach, as Greg mentioned, they donate between 34 hours for each program. I really like to thank them. Without them, we don't have any programs. So they help us sustain our program for all of our sports. The next slide. So our purpose is to provide community services and enrichment programs. Programs that include adult and youth sports, arts, crafts, drama, vocational, educational, our teen center, which is the spot, our summer camps, our day camps. One thing that was left out of there is facility rentals, like the Carnegie and our park rentals. I do consider the Carnegie as our community center right now for many years. We do a lot in our Carnegie building. It's been the community center for the last 30 years for recreation. So I know a lot of the community love it. A lot of kids have gone through it. And a lot of our classes and camps go through it every day. Our achievements, last year we had over 2,000 adults participate in St. Helena adult leagues such as bocce, softball, and tennis. We have a very active group. We also had about 400 participating youth sports leagues, and 480 youth participated in our summer programs last summer. I'm really excited that we created this year our Bocce Wars fundraiser. Last year, as you know, a goal of mine was to find other sources for fundraising for our scholarship fund. This year we launched the Bocce Wars, which we were able to raise about $3,000, which would be going to our scholarship fund for summer camps. So I'm very excited about that. My team and Amalia and Garrett that I have worked really hard on it. So I really appreciate their efforts, and we're working hard towards that. We also partner up with the the St. Helena School District to enhance all the after-school enrichment program. So we are taking the programming for the primary and elementary schools for the school year. We're providing a spring session and a fall session. So these are enrichment programs like science, Legos, dance, art, tennis, you name it, we will provide it for the school. And the school funds that program. And also funds Amalia's time. We also partner up a lot with the Rihanna House this year, and we've added some new senior classes for them. Another big accomplishment is we merged our soccer league. We were growing and we needed to expand. We looked to Napa United, which is the biggest league in Napa. They welcomed us. I had to join the board to be the main coordinator up here. But together we did really fantastic. Our U10 boys won the championship last year, as well as our U12 girls and boys won as well. So we did pretty well. They were really surprised how our quality program was. It's not just a rec program, it's a high quality rec program. And then this year, I'm very excited, we added some club level teams to the soccer, which hopefully will expand to other sports. And as well, we merged, I'm also looking to merging with Napa for basketball and other stuff because we need to grow. We're getting kind of bored playing each other. We play against Calistoga and Yountville, but we're bigger and we need to expand even more. Our kids are doing fantastic, so we need to really get them out of St. Helena bubble and to really see what's out there and how they can compete and get better in their development. And that's our new Teen Center logo. I'm really proud of what we accomplished at the Teen Center. We get 25 to 30 kids a day. Mostly it's all low-income kids. Cooking, tutoring, team building, community service, you name it. We do it for that age group, which is the middle school. It's often forgotten, the middle school age, between 6th and 8th grade. This is a place for them to be themselves and kids and to feel safe. It's a safe environment for them to be there, and they love it. So it's an awesome place to be, and we're excited. The kids came up with this logo, so they're very proud of it, and we are proud of it. So hopefully this next year we'll actually put it on the center. Our goals, this has been a long goal, but I have confidence that we will complete this one this year, is to establish a joint use agreement with the school district for our gyms and fields and classrooms that we use on a daily basis. We also want to keep enhancing our scholarship program to be able to provide scholarships for everybody. We have taken 2 major events this year, which is a Harvest Festival and the 4th of July fireworks, working hard with the chamber, and we're very excited for this opportunity. We're also working with the USTA this year. We are implementing some new tournaments to have some new revenue sources for the tennis to be able to maintain it. And the tennis community is also very excited about that because we haven't had a tournament here in ages. So we are going to install this light pole at Carpi Field for our softball. It's due this summer after 8 long years. It's finally going to come, so I'm very looking forward to that. And definitely continue to expand our community events. This is our budget. Nothing as much has changed. Changes in the benefits, it's across the board. Same thing with our contracts, Department of Supplies, it's our equipment, our jerseys, marketing. The training looks a little higher because I would like to go to a CPRS training for once. Now that I have support back with Amalia, I can attend one of these annual trainings and to be able to enhance our programs. My unfunded additional need, as you know, I would love to get my assistant sports coordinator as a full-time coordinator. I'm sure there's one complaint that I'm not in my office because I'm either painting fields or setting up volleyball courts, and that happens from 3 to 6. I'm on the field, and having a part-time person, I can only have them rarely because they have other jobs. And these are good people, good recreation people that actually have recreation degrees, which is we haven't had in a very long time. So I finally feel that we have a solid team, and adding that one position as a full-time would complete our team, and we can do some really great stuff. And our last one, service option, we do consolidate library and provide community services.
Okay, any questions of a department that does so much with so little? Is there any public comment? Let me just see if I have one figure correct, and that is that the projected budget for 2016 is $490,765, but the general fund contribution is $95,211, so that basically the general fund is supplying only about 20% of the total.
Yes.
That's extraordinary.
Actually, one little correction to that, the teen center, it is 100% funded by the general fund, and it's noted in non-departmental as a transfer over to the teen center. So if you look at page 64 of the budget,
Page
at the
60.
top, Yeah, so the teen center, then also the recreation program is supplemented by the general fund as well.
Wait a minute, on page 64, hold on.
In the back.
I started too far
Back of
back.
community services.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, so under community services, it's page 64, and you'll see at the top, and I should have done a better job of explaining the budget document itself. You'll see at the top where it says recreation expense by fund. We have this chart in for every department, and you'll see the fund type, and I spoke about the fund types earlier. So here you have 101, which is always general fund. 280 is designated as teen center. 286 is bocce, 289 is recreation. So you'll see from the general fund, that is correct, it's 95,000. But the very next line where it says teen center, there is an asterisk that indicates that the teen center it's funded 100% by the general fund. But when the budget was put together a couple of years ago, what they wanted to do is make sure that you knew the cost of actually running the teen center. Okay. So it is funded by general fund, but that's the cost of the teen center as opposed to like the bocce program and the recreation program.
And then under recreation program, it says recreation program is supplemented by the general fund. How much is that?
Offhand, I don't have that specific number. I'd have to look into the detail of it. Recreation program does bring in funding for the different programs and services it provides. So people and correct me if I'm
Yeah,
I'm
we
wrong,
bring
Heidi.
about 100,000.
Yeah, so about 86 of it. I have. Oh, you know what? I might be able to get you that number.
I'm curious, so how much through camps and bocce and all the sports programs, how much?
Bocce's a separate fund,
Okay.
enterprise fund,
Okay.
and that brings in about 40,000
Okay.
a year.
I saw a big
And we-
increase, it looks like, this year. Well, $10,000 increase. Is that more teams or more leagues or?
I don't know the increase. Huh?
Aren't you doing an improvement project out there? I thought you were funding some improvements in the bocce court.
That was the remainder of our improvement project from last year.
And that's included in the capital project
Yeah.
budget.
Okay.
So it's not in these numbers.
Okay.
Okay,
That's the
those are
remaining fund that
expenses.
we have. We didn't spend the whole thing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Heidi, I appreciate your passion for the Carnegie Building, and I wasn't intending to denigrate the
No, I
community
understand.
center aspects
Just
of
like
the
to remind
Carnegie
people.
Center.
That's
So
all.
I didn't want you to take it that way. Clearly, it is another building that the community uses, and you make great utilization of that. I know that for a fact, so thank you. I appreciate your passion in general. Thank you.
Thank you.
One question I have, I've heard from probably like one or two different citizens with respect to the tennis courts. There's some great tennis programs that are being run, but there's very little time left just to play tennis because they're always taken. That said, is the city getting enough revenue from those programs to upkeep the tennis courts and support those programs? What's going on there? Can you comment?
Yeah, we are coordinating with the pros and the teams and putting them a fixed schedule with the pros so then we have appropriate time for the community. For the teams, they cannot play or practice on a weekend unless it's a playoff. Pros have very limited access to the weekend and also to the morning. So we are putting
It's being
in...
addressed.
Huh?
It's being addressed.
Oh, yeah, we're putting an outline of the hours out there, so... And we've provided some new programs for us at less cost with USTA, which is great because a lot of tennis is a little expensive sport. So we're providing some new USTA programming that is affordable for more kids to participate.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one correct, Greg, to answer your question, on page 8 of the budget document,
Yeah.
you'll see a schedule of transfers. And so in the schedule of transfers, you'll see what fund it's coming from, the amount, where it's going to, and then what the reason is for the transfer. So Heidi had her numbers pretty much spot on that. Where out of general fund, the transfers to recreation is 83,000. Out of that, I think 186. I can't remember offhand, but
Yep.
general fund pays for 83,000 of the recreation programs.
Okay, I see that. Print's getting awfully small on that page.
Yeah.
Heidi, any areas for revenue growth opportunity within recreation that we should be thinking about?
Just more classes. I mean, then it's hard to bring instructors, quality instructors.
Okay.
So like, bringing in Broadway is generating, and also cost, but
Right.
stuff like that brings in, some money. And this year we took a break because conflict of dates and stuff. But so that's why you see I didn't bring in as much because we're way off Broadway. But it's bringing quality programming. And so we hope to expand tennis to help us with some of that and some other areas. So.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is everybody comfortable?
Thank
or
you.
Do people need a break? Can we continue on? Okay, we'll continue on. Fire. Didn't I have public comment on recreation? Oh, was there? Yeah, okay, please. One second, Chief.
I just want to say that I'm so glad I saw this presentation, and I'll never complain to Heidi about anything ever again.
All right.
I think for 2.5 FTEs and $250,000 in salary costs, it's absolutely amazing what you get out of this department.
Thank you.
Hi, Pam Simpson again, St. Helena Chamber of Commerce. Just want to make a comment on the revenue generating ideas that, Heidi didn't mention. I think it might have slipped her mind, but we're actually thinking that the Harvest Festival and fireworks might actually generate some revenue again hopefully for the department. And that's one of the reasons we're working with the Parks and Rec Committee and with Heidi to make sure that the fireworks and the Harvest Festival come off. We think that there's real revenue potential there. And so we're working hard with them to make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, moving on to fire.
Everybody leaves after fire? What?
All right, we got the.
John, you're clearing the room. What's up?
You took a shower. You took a shower, right?
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all going to bocce?
Just you and I, LZ. It's just us. Jesse.
Where's the love?
Okay, we got the organizational chart there. I'm the fire chief with, I'm 20% paid 1 day a week. We have Jim Capone as the fire marshal, and we have Sean Ashby as the first assistant chief. Allison Mattioli, who's clerking today, is our new administrative assistant. Adam Waters is our second assistant chief. Adam has 3 captains under him. Sean has 3 captains and makes up, it's actually right now 17 firefighters. All right, next one. Responsible for protecting life and property from the hazards of fire, hazardous materials incidents, assisting in medical incidents, provides the city with an effective fire suppression force and prevention organization. All members of the department are paid a nominal fee on a per response basis. Okay. The achievements for last year: purchased a new utility vehicle, replacing the aging Suburban in use. This finally gets rid of the last gasoline rigs. So now we will not have 2 fuels at the firehouse, just diesel. Raised $200,000 from the recent lobster feed fundraiser. New radio room and better support for the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center for the city. We responded to 741 calls in 2014. 4% of those are fire related, 60% was EMS, and 36% related to weather emergencies, hazardous conditions, and public assistance. A lot of those are assisting elderly, pick up and put back into bed all hours of the night. That's the second most call that we do in the fire department. Achievements. Let's see, back to, goals. Purchased 26 self-contained breathing apparatus. They're in the $6,000 to $7,000 range. Bottles are $1,000 a piece. So we raised over $200,000. So we're going to take that money and buy the new self-contained breathing apparatus. Fire marshal increased hours from 1 day a week to 2 days a week to meet the demand. The plans that are coming into the city are just stacking up. Jim Capone just can't keep up with 1 day a week for the demand. Conduct EOC trainings for the city exec staff and review service models for fire departments in the area, seeing if we're doing the right thing, evaluating St. Helena needs. All right, the next slide. There's the budget.
Wait.
Yeah.
Can you go back to that last slide? Review service models for the fire department. Did you touch on that?
Yeah, just to see if we're doing what we're doing with St. Helena in this department as other volunteer departments or combinations. Sebastopol, Colma.
Okay. Yeah. Is there going to be a report to the city council that compares these models? What is the goal here?
Just to see if we're doing the right thing.
Okay.
Would you like a report to the council?
Well, maybe.
We'll be coming back. We're doing an assessment. Because we're a volunteer fire department, it's important to assess that all our practices are proper. And so we're doing that assessment now, and we'll be briefing the council shortly.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Here's the summary. Coming in flat, 620 this year. You can see that 690. It looks like we're going to go over. That's the problem with strike team pay. If you go down to strike team pay, fourth from the bottom, 94,000. That's the payroll that is fully reimbursable by the state for firefighter pay. The firefighters are paid the next week, but the city's reimbursed. It takes a year to get the money back. So this money will show up after this budget is done. So it always throws me off. So if the 94,993 comes back, we're coming in at 595.
When it comes back, right?
When it's coming, but it takes a long time. And I also want to thank the only reason that you get this this great fire department is the firefighters putting in so much time. And day calls is possible because of the bosses of the firefighters who make the day calls happen. And then thank everybody for donating the mailer that goes out to everybody in the city and the surrounding area. And thank all the people that attended the lobster feed and made huge donations this year to make that big dent into the, and more than a dent, the whole thing into the SCBA purchase.
All right, any initial discussion from council?
With the increase of the fire marshal's time, are we going to be able to possibly recover that through permit check fees and
It's recoverable now.
Oh, okay.
Just doesn't show on this budget.
Okay.
Yeah. His hours is, it's hourly, half hour, 1 hour.
Okay, so it gets charged right against the permits?
Yeah, and then if they fail, let's say an inspection, if they go and inspect and it's a fail, then he has to go back, and that's a charge too.
Great.
If they're a no-show, that's a charge too. It happens.
Is it general practice that, from the lobster feed, whatever you raise, use that for capital expenditures versus operations? And the operations budget doesn't include like the 26 SCBAs?
Right, we go for a goal when we do the lobster feed. They want something really cool. They want extrication tools, they want a fire engine, SCBA, and you just pick one. Whether you were doing something else and then you have to buy that, it still comes out of what we need.
Right.
Yeah, so.
There are things that the city would otherwise have to be providing, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But it's cool. It's cool equipment instead of, maintenance of software.
Yeah, everything I'm wearing is paid by the volunteer fire department. There's no uniform budget. All these badges, the pants, everything comes out of the volunteer.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Any public comment?
I was curious, well,
I don't see any.
Anyway, but I was curious, is the fire department able to recover any costs when you go out on calls? Costs to go to someone's home and...
There's a little bit in structure fires. It's just that you just don't have any. I mean, I don't want to say none. We were dry for 2 years with none. What are we talking about? Oh, insurance money. I think Jim Capone, who owns an insurance company, said somewhere in the $1,000, $1,200 range at recovery. So that you can bill back. Vehicle accidents, there's a little bit of money in there. That can get a little tricky. The calls that we go to in the county, we go to about 200 out of the 740 calls into the county. We're in contract with the county to...
Do we have a cost recovery system in place for that portion?
For vehicle accidents?
Well, for any of them where we can get money.
Okay, for the county, we have a contract with the county for the 200 calls, which is about 25% of our calls. And right now, the county pays for our dispatch, which is about $30,000. And they used to pay for all of the vehicle maintenance, used to do it up at Cal Fire Station here, but now they're not going to. And right now is the negotiation for the new contract, which is a 2-year contract. And Calistoga gets a different, they're paid per call, not by, we're just one lump. Do this many calls about for this service.
Does that cover the cost that the per hour per diem for our volunteers?
No.
Okay. How much are we losing on that?
Well, if you're looking at 25% of the calls, you'd take the budget and go into that. And we're getting, they say about $20,000 for vehicle maintenance, and then the 30, so you're at 50,000. So if you took the 620 and divided up, it's not there.
Yeah.
Calistoga is somewhere around $900 a call, and they respond to somewhere around, I think Steve goes out 250 times to the county.
And there's an opportunity to change that in this negotiation?
That's the council and the county.
Okay.
When you say council, you're talking about the city attorney
Oh,
or the city council?
city manager.
City manager, okay, very good.
We get it mixed up because I work for the council. I'm the only one that works for the council.
Okay, very good.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to understand here. Okay, good. All right, I don't think there was any public comment. Any further comment? We certainly appreciate all that you do very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Police.
Hello, Jackie Rubin, Chief of Police. You can see my org chart. We have the chief, who's me, a lieutenant, 4 dispatchers, 3 sergeants, community service officer, corporal, and 6 officers. The CSO, for those of you who don't know, she does parking, she backfills dispatch, and she's our evidence coordinator. You'll also see on there that there's no office assistant, clerical, or any kind of administrative personnel, so we do all of the paperwork and answering the phones ourselves. So we have 17 full-time equivalent positions. Obviously, our purpose is to protect life and property unbiasedly and carry it out to all the citizens in a prudent manner, in an unbiased manner. Our achievements for the year for 2014, we completed or are completing a new 911 dispatch system and a new radio system. The dispatch system was antiquated, is $112,000, and because we waited long enough, the state is funding the entire 911 system. We do have to pay for the new radio system. We completed 2 team building exercises. We participated in Special Olympics, Torch Run, and Tippecop programs in the county area and St. Helena and Calistoga, so we worked with everyone in the county. We created an employee recognition and awards program and a monthly bulletin. We had our first DARE graduation at the elementary schools in over a decade. We began a firearms and equipment replacement program. We completed the lead removal at the range for the first time ever. That is done, and we're installing a bullet trap at the shooting range so that now we can go in and take the lead out ourselves and get reimbursed for it. We took over animal control, which Jennifer stated earlier, and we have done a turn in your used prescription medication program twice, and we reinstated our reserve officer program. For our achievements, we did achieve, wait a minute. I'm not moving on to goals yet. I'm still on achievements. From the citizens survey that was conducted last year, it came out that their priorities for the police department were, number 1, traffic enforcement. And that was already our number 1 priority and what we spend a lot of time doing, but there were a lot of complaints about Main Street, and it's really hard to do traffic enforcement on Main Street. So we traded in our motorcycle for a dual sport bike that's more easily maneuverable in traffic on Main Street, and we put a GoPro on it so that, because we knew more traffic tickets would be written, and we wanted to go to court less, which costs money for the officers for the department. So now that we have the GoPro on it, we show the citizens, you know, when they say they didn't almost run over that pedestrian in the crosswalk, we show them that they did, and that therefore they tend not to go to court as much. So we are writing a lot more tickets on Main Street. Because it was our number 1 priority from the citizens, we did make over 2,000 stops in 2014, wrote over 400 moving citations, almost 900 parking tickets, and took all the traffic accidents, which are on Main Street. So it'll be interesting once we're doing the GoPro and more enforcement on Main Street, if our accidents on Main Street decrease for this year. The number 2 priority for the citizens was drunk driving, and that was our number 1 arrest for 2014. We had 53 drunk driving arrests. Number 3 priority was drugs and narcotic enforcement, and that was our number 2 arrest with 29 arrests. And number 4 priority was walking more downtown, foot patrol, which we've done, and you can see in our picture that Ramon's down there talking to citizens and being dog friendly. So those are our achievements. Our biggest crime for 2014 was obviously the armed robbery at David's in downtown Main Street. And I just wanted to give kudos to the officers who've been investigating that. It's still under investigation. We're in a task force with the State Threat Assessment Center, the FBI on the East and West Coast, the National Jewelry Security Alliance, and multiple agencies over this. We got search warrants and downloaded the cell towers in all town and got all of the numbers and spent copious hours going through that material and then giving it to the Threat Assessment Agency to run through their data banks. And we were able to come up with the leads in our robbery, and we're currently working the case. And within 6 weeks, we'll get the DNA back from the DNA that we submitted to be able to prove who our suspects were. Our suspects have been tied to 12 other robberies that involve Folsom, Chico, Stockton, Turlock, Campbell, Roseville, Santa Barbara, and 3 other states. So this has gone all the way from New York to California with this same ring, and several suspects are already in custody. We'll find out if our suspects are currently in custody, which we believe they are, and when we get the DNA evidence back. So a lot of really good work on our officers' part of thinking about downloading the cell phones and being able to link all of this together in this federal task force. A couple other agencies have filed charges on their suspects locally and on a state level. We're not going to do that. We're going to go federal because under the Hobbs Act, they'll get minimum 25 years and 7 additional years for every robbery that's linked to that. So they could get up to 50 years versus 10 years if we filed from the state. So we are going to go for federal charges. So on to goals. For next year, we're going to create a volunteer program. We're currently, we've been trying to do this for a year, and we're going to finally get it accomplished in this next fiscal year. We need to upgrade and update our interview room and interview equipment. We need to complete an evidence audit, conduct a department inspection, install cameras in various locations around the city, and continue to evaluate citizens' priorities. The budget. As you can see, I'm about $100,000 over the actual budget from what I proposed, and that's benefits went up this year, workers' comp went up this year, and I had a couple contracts that went up this year. And then overall, for the next fiscal year, it's going up about $150,000. 88 of that is salaries, 48 of that is benefits, and 17,000 of that is vehicle replacement. Additional needs, things that aren't budgeted for that we need. All of our vehicles are antiquated and old. Each vehicle cost about $50,000. I have enough now for one vehicle, but all of them are going to need to be replaced, and I'm not going to have enough money in there at what I'm putting aside every year to be able to do that by the time they all die on me. We're most likely going to need a new server to accommodate body camera footage based on legislation. The state or federal government is eventually going to mandate that the officers have body-worn cameras. The only grants they're going to give to us are for the actual equipment themselves, but not for the server that you're going to need. Whether you use the cloud and store it there, there's a charge for that, or whether you have your own server. And I've gone to 2 seminars basically on what the best option for the departments are, and quite frankly, originally they thought the cloud would be the best, but now they're going back to the server. The servers are about $80,000 each. But I'm going to wait until it's mandated and we can at least get the money for the body cameras. We also need a new air filtration system for our evidence room. I did some comparisons because obviously, we're short a lot of money for the city, and it was asked at our last meeting to compare us to Calistoga and Yountville. So I did this slide for you that shows what our budget is versus Calistoga's budget versus Yountville's budget. Calistoga, they run their PD with 3 less positions than we do. One of them is a lieutenant, one of them is a sergeant, and one of them is a CSO. So the $900,000 gets broken down into $700,000 of that is salaries, $300,000 is their PERS cost, and $300,000 is in their medical. Their employees pay 45% of their medical costs. They're currently in negotiations, and that's most likely going to change. Their PERS costs are less than ours because they've never had 3% at 50. They started at 3 at 55, and now they're 2.7 at 55. And their salary actually is basically somewhat comparable to ours, but because they have the less 3 positions, that's how come we get up to the 900,000. Yountville, they have one person on at a time. They can get away with this because they're county and they're a contract, and so they have one officer on, but they know that they have a roving officer somewhere in the north end of the county, and they have a lot less calls for service than we do. So when I went to cost per position, you can see that Calistoga's cost per position is significantly less than us because of their benefits, and Yountville is significantly more than us. So when I went to service options, our possible options to save money that come up periodically are consolidate dispatch with the cities of Calistoga or Napa. We talked last year about consolidating dispatch with Calistoga, and we determined that because we both run at the bare minimum and we always struggle to even have the bare minimum to survive, we would roughly save about $100,000 in agency. When that was determined, Calistoga said they weren't interested, so we didn't even go further beyond some casual conversations. Napa PD, I have talked to them, and the problem with consolidating with Napa is we don't have the same radio system. We would lose our RIM system, which would mean we would lose our MDCs in the car, and we wouldn't have a way to write our reports. We would have to incorporate iLeads into our system, which would eat up our savings initially. People would have to go to Napa and to get reports. We wouldn't have that ability anymore. Again, it saves about the same amount of money, about $100,000. We could consolidate PDs with Calistoga and go to a Twin Cities. Again, casual conversation. Would that save us money? It would definitely save us money. It would save us more money than it would save Calistoga, because Calistoga doesn't have our benefits. Calistoga would want our benefits. If we consolidated, what would end up happening is eventually Calistoga would get our benefits. You rarely ever go down. You always come up. So our employees could not, because they're union, could not lose their wages. So we would never go down to what Calistoga is getting because they can't lose their 3% at 50. My officers can't. But Calistoga's officers certainly would want our 3% at 50. So Calistoga wouldn't save nearly as much money as we did, and eventually it would probably end up costing them money. But it would definitely save us money, so that's an option. We could contract with Napa County Sheriff as a contract city. Again, we don't have solid figures on this. It would save us money, but we would lose some level of service. For every, like Yountville, they don't have somebody sitting there answering the phone or doing fingerprints. Napa PD dispatches for Napa SO. They don't have a CSO who writes tickets. They don't do traffic enforcement. They don't have DARE. They don't have a diversion officer. They don't do a lot of community-oriented policing, and they don't do their own animal services. So when you add all of those things into the contract, it reduces the amount of money that you're going to save. So versus doing that, I went to kind of service reductions we could do in-house. And any kind of service reduction we would have is going to cost us service to the community. Because if you looked at my overtime budget from one of the previous slides, I'm not sure if overtime was up there, but my overtime is costing close to $200,000 a year because I'm at bare minimum staffing. State standards are to have 2 people on at any one time for officer safety risks. You don't have to, but if you have one officer out there responding to a school shooting, a domestic violence, or robbery by himself, I'm not going to keep my officers very long that way. They're not going to want to work alone. The sheriff's office can get away with that because they do always have somebody somewhat nearby, or they have us. I mean, we cover the SO a lot, just like we cover Calistoga when they run short and only have one officer. So it would definitely mean service reductions. So it would mean that either your overtime is going to go up or you're going to have less people on the street. We'd go to less calls for service. We wouldn't be doing the barking dogs. We might not go to alarms unless there's, something heard. So to eliminate positions means that you're going to reduce your level of service, or your overtime budget's going to go up. And that's all I have. So questions?
Theoretically, if you did combine with Calistoga, how many people would there? How many officers would there be between the two communities? Right now, there's 31. How much do you have to actually save in terms of number of bodies that are full-time employees?
Well, what you would save is you'd save the money through dispatch by consolidating dispatch. You would save the sergeant's positions because the sergeants would be split, the lieutenant would be split, and the chief would be split. So that's where you're going to get your majority of savings, is in splitting the sergeant's, lieutenant, and chief, and dispatch.
Okay.
So you have to have the same amount of officers because you're still going to have 2 in each city. The response time between Calistoga and St. Helena is too great to constantly have somebody on the street. You could do it for a short period of time if somebody called in sick while you're waiting for somebody else to show up, or for 3 hours here or there. But you don't want, quite frankly, you don't want the citizens to know that you only have one officer in town.
Okay.
Well, from what you say, and I certainly accept it, it doesn't seem responsible to have just one officer in town at any one time. You need 2.
Well, that is the state standard, and having worked for the sheriff's office where you had a very large beat by yourself, when you had a priority 1 call, which was a domestic violence, a fight, a robbery, a burglary where there's a burglar known, you staged. So you staged and waited for your cover, and your cover could be 10 minutes away. So if my house is getting broken into and my alarm is going off, I don't want the officer waiting 10 minutes for somebody else to show up. Or somebody's getting beat up. I don't want to wait 10 minutes for my cover partner to show up. So the state standard is minimally for priority 1 details, you have 2 officers respond.
And you never know when those are going to happen.
You'd never know.
So any idea, could we, as direction, just to understand it, look at what sort of cost implications might occur, or cost savings might occur with a consolidation?
With Calistoga?
Yeah.
And don't forget, they would have to want to do it.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Right? But if it's not if there's not tremendous savings, we probably wouldn't embark in the discussion.
Right, there would have to be significant savings for Calistoga as well, for them
Correct.
to be incentivized to embark on the discussion. Wow.
Correct.
And then maybe, I don't know if you have some recommendations on, it doesn't sound like there are any service reductions to be had at this point, other than having 1 officer on duty, which isn't safe for that officer or anyone else involved.
No, that's not an option. Any further learning on my right here? Mr. White, Mr. Doring?
Well, I would be interested in looking at the studies and seeing the comparisons. I would say the same thing as I said earlier with all the departments. It's not sustainable. We have to look at it until we get our revenues in order. Maybe over the short period of time it is. I still think we can drive the numbers down. I don't know where. This is not my expertise at all. I rely on people to evaluate these things. I have utmost respect for you, but I'd like to have, some data, some comparison, something, and I guess that costs money to do that too, to a certain degree. Are we top heavy in the senior officers? And I don't use that word negatively, but we seem to have more senior officers. Is that driving a fair amount of our budget as compared to Calistoga?
No, it's really the benefits and the healthcare costs. We do have a lot of senior staff. In the next 5 years, a lot of those people will be going. They'll be retiring, and it is cheaper to have the newer officers on, but we're lucky that we've had consistency and sustainability. Most small cities have a lot of turnover, which means you have a lot of training costs, and we don't have that, which means that we do have a lot of senior staff who are making more money.
The only other comment I would offer is that even if we didn't do a wholesale kind of jump to some other model, I really do think whenever we can, we need to start exploring shared services. In animal services, and I know I've got responses on why we don't do that. It was probably cheaper there. But on traffic enforcement, all the areas where we need to open the dialogue. Maybe you do. Maybe you meet with the chief and you talk about it. I assume you do. Mm-hmm. But I would like to have our city have more conversations, maybe our council have more conversations with their council, because I think we're missing opportunities. I know in my heart that there are things there, and maybe they're smaller items, but smaller items grow into bigger items when you get enough of them together, especially in traffic enforcement. And I know there's obviously there's difficulties in that. We have to drive those costs down. So I would like to, I'd like to see what it would cost and see what interest Calistoga would have, and maybe that's up to the political people, the elected, to start working that. I don't know if they're interested.
Well, I do know that we did have serious conversations a year ago about consolidating dispatch, and I'm all for it. I'm pro consolidating dispatch, but they just were not interested.
Why, and why again are they not interested?
Giving up the control for $100,000 wasn't worth it to them.
They have more revenues than we do.
Right. What does your volunteer program look like?
We have no volunteers right now.
Right.
We're still trying to get the policy passed through the attorneys.
That's what I meant. What would they do? What would
the volunteers, we really need volunteers to help us with the skate park. We need volunteers to drive the patrol cars around to make it look like we have more people out there. We need them to do a lot of the things that we have to spend our time doing. Like the dispatchers answer the phone. I answer the phone. If we had a volunteer sitting there answering the business line, that would free us up. The volunteers could run our live scans through, so dispatch isn't away from the phone. There's so much that our volunteers could do for us. And we have people out there who really do want to volunteer, and we can train them all. It's just the policies on police department volunteers has to be specific because they're privy to so much confidential information. So we have to really get our policy down to cover ourselves when we do that.
Right. But you get to drive the car?
They do get to drive the car.
And play with the lights?
No.
That's part of your training.
Well, let me open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment?
John scared them all away.
Does anyone here not work for the snow?
Jeff and Jesse.
So, Mayor, I just wanted to have a quick clarification. Am I hearing that there's no interest in doing any research with regards to contracting with the Napa County Sheriff? What I heard was looking at consolidating with Calistoga for PD services. Was that the one option you're interested in pursuing? And then maybe looking at our own service model to see if there's any opportunity to reduce some of the costs, especially in the short term. Is that what I heard?
Well, what we saw was an example that made it look like Napa Sheriff would be a lot more expensive on a per officer basis.
It is.
The issue, as I see it, is the very high level of service that the police department provides to our residents, as the chief explained, or at least our residents seem to want, and understandably, a high level of service. And the question with respect to the sheriff is whether the sheriff, if it stepped in, could provide that level of service with a significant reduction in cost. And that, I have no way of evaluating that.
Well, their reduction in cost would come from, not from the officers, because their officers cost more than ours, but would be from the from the sergeants up. and from a little bit from dispatch. So whereas we could save $100,000 from dispatch, they'd be able to save us $100,000 from dispatch. But you wouldn't have the 3 sergeants monitoring the street. You wouldn't have the lieutenant monitoring the street. And what they would do is their chief would be a lieutenant or a captain from their department. So they wouldn't be paying the same salary. Well, they probably make more than I do. So you're going to save from those positions. You're not going to save from the officers' positions.
But then you also said that we wouldn't be getting traffic.
Yeah, you would have to, if they could do it for you, but then your cost savings is going to be reduced. You'd have to keep the CSO if you want somebody at the counter versus a phone where they call dispatch. If you wanted somebody there to do live scans, all of that would add to the cost of the contract city. But in the end, you would still save some money. It just depends on how much that final figure would be, and would it be worth being a contract city with the sheriff's office and having your own police department where you have
Are you saying in
control.
Yountville they don't have any traffic citations?
They probably write traffic tickets,
Okay.
but that's not their thing.
Not whose thing? The sheriffs who do it?
Yeah, well, it's up to the town of Yountville to tell
Right.
them what they want them to do.
I'm just saying within this budget that you've laid out here for the comparison.
Yeah, they
you're
don't
saying
have a
that
traffic officer.
citations are not included. That just maybe
Right.
occasionally occurs.
Yes.
Okay.
And is it right, just looking at this, that the sheriff maintains no facilities in Yountville? What do they maintain facility-wise?
They don't. The city of Yountville pays for the building that the officers are in.
All right, so that,
And the vehicles. That's the other thing. The contract, when they do a contract, you're responsible for the building and for the vehicles and the vehicle maintenance.
and would that include, would we be required, for example, to have a holding cell here?
You don't have to, no. They would have, but that means they would have to transport everybody to Napa.
Does it make sense to look at, there's a pretty high probability that Calistoga has no interest in consolidating with us. So in the spirit of looking at options, because I think we have to for everything, does it make sense to look at an acceptable apples-to-apples comparison of where we are today and what it would be, and I guess with 2 officers on duty, or would we have 1 because 1 is close by, or would we say we want to have 2? But something that's acceptable to the community in terms of an alternative, and see what the cost differences are.
I think we probably have to go down that road as well, at least to look at it, given where we are financially, I'm
It might be
afraid.
a lower level of service, I don't know how much, but just some type of comparison for us to at least kick around and talk about.
Okay.
Review.
Yeah, I think I support that. At least taking a look at it with an open mind.
For 1 officer on the street at a time?
I think we're looking at sort of an analysis of consolidating with Calistoga, with or without their interest, and we can certainly talk. I can talk to Richard. You can talk to the chief. We can sort of get a sense, but at least to see some general numbers and what those services would look like. With Napa County, if we could contract with the same types of services, maybe be able to compare what we're delivering today locally versus what it would cost to have that same sort of level of service. And then a service reduction would be, regardless whether it's Napa County or St. Helena, what would be a tolerable and acceptable service reduction.
Right.
So how do we implement that from an officer safety standpoint? What would that potentially look like? And it looks like whether it's in-house or Napa County, it's sort of the same. And so,
Correct.
So those are the 3 models we can.
Well, an top step officer costs you $163,000. If I got rid of a position, you wouldn't save $163,000 because, well, unless I ran that position vacant, which means that's 12 hours a day. There'd be 1 officer by himself. Right. So 1 officer's $163,000.
Yeah, but I, from what you say and what makes sense to me, I don't see how we can depart from reasonable practice and have just 1 officer on duty. We need to have 2 officers on duty. Now, it may be that from the sheriff's perspective, that they're comfortable having 1 officer on duty at night because they will have another officer in the Upper Valley area, reasonably proximate to Yountville and St. Helena, with one in St. Helena. I just don't know. But these are things that would have to be explored. But I think what we're saying is that we love the level. We love our police department. We love the level of service that we have. We're caught in a horrendous budget situation, and given that, our fiduciary duty, I'm afraid, is to look at any alternative that might be reasonable. That's where I think we are. It's unpalatable. What can I tell you? In every respect, I have to say that. But
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Anything else?
no.
I just, on a more general level, I think it would be fabulous for the City Council of Calistoga and the City Council of St. Helena at some point in the next year to have a joint meeting to discuss the seriousness of shared services and the benefits of it. Because I think the more we talk about it and the more we interact, I know you do it on a manager level, and that's great, but I think the electeds also have to start having discussions with others in Calistoga or even in Yountville to talk about this concept, because I think there's more benefits, and I think we're missing opportunities.
And it's not happening at Nicolog, I'll tell you that. All right.
Well, yeah, you're right, though. There could be a situation where if you had Calistoga, St. Helena, and Yountville all Napa County, where there's one in each, but there's one roaming all the time, really, really close by. Or maybe it's two roaming. So it's, well, I don't know the solution, but I'm sure someone smart can figure it out that actually does this stuff.
I'm sure that Sheriff Robertson will have very strong views here, and he'll present them.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you very much, yeah. So now we go to Public Works.
You want to take a 5-minute break?
Oh.
5-minute break?
One quick public comment. Is it on the police department? Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, the idea that of sharing officers from other areas, I think we have to factor in that there's a gridlock traffic situation that's escalating here. So it ties into this whole idea of looking at everything sort of holistically as a county, how we're promoting our visitation, which I'm not against, but I believe we need to analyze how we're promoting visitation, how it ties into our emergency services going up and down the valley. If we say we have one officer in St. Helena, we're going to get another officer from Yountville or Calistoga, but they've got to deal with the gridlock traffic coming up. So I think we have to start looking at how we look at it all as a county, working with the municipalities. I think we're at that point.
Thank you very much.
And I do believe the level of service we have here, we don't want to lose it because it's great.
Well, that's real. All right, thank you. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break, and 5 minutes will end at 25 minutes of. I think we're ready to begin again. We've taken our 5 minutes, extended to 10, and we'll begin with Public Works.
Thank you. Steve Palmer, Director of Public Works. My first slide, that's pretty fancy. I got pipes on there. I like that. Oh, wrong way. Okay, there we go. I'm clicking too fast. Org chart. So in my department, we have 25 FTEs. The one highlighted square there is the Water Conservation Coordinator, which has currently not been filled. I also have a Project Manager Assistant Engineer, which is technically right now is the Assistant Public Works Director. So for next year, we're proposing a shift to kind of in recognition of the workload I had in delivering projects right now. That's the help I really need. So, and I have / assistant engineer. I'm trying to be flexible, as city manager has referenced before in the presentations. We're trying to do as much as we can with as few staff as we can. Everyone needs to be flexible. So I've got it open to both project manager, assistant engineer, and if I find someone really great at either level, I'll hire one of them, but not both. And then we have operations manager, administrative assistant. Those top 4 plus the director, that's the Public Works admin function. As you go through the budget documents, you need to see that term, Public Works admin. Those are the 5 positions right there. And then we go down, I have a chief for each of the water treatment plant and wastewater plant, also water distribution, a supervisor for streets, sewer, garage, stormwater, and then parks, trees, government buildings. And each of them have their own crews that vary from 2 to 4 workers. Let's go to the next one. My presentation is divided into 4 parts. We split up water and wastewater out from the rest of the public works operations because those are enterprise funded activities. So first, that public works operation, it covers those items listed on the slide: administration, government buildings, storm drains, streets, trees, parks, garage, and water, wastewater. And then finally, I'll finish with a quick presentation on capital projects. Again, the divisions. Just real quick on administration, it's one bullet, doesn't look very big. You think of administration, oftentimes people think of, just someone at a desk doing assistant type work, typing type work. But in this case, public works operations is really engineering. It's city engineering, it's traffic engineering, it's development review, supporting the planning department, it's capital project management, floodplain administration, stormwater administration, which is required by the NPDES discharge permitting, water conservation and drought issues, water supply management, so negotiating water rights for our reservoir, transportation programming with Napa County Transportation Planning Agency, and it's also supporting the tree committee and the active transportation committee. So there's quite a bit that goes into administration. Achievements for this year, the city earned some additional funding for Upper York Creek Ecosystem Restoration Project to the tune of $980,000. We got the final EIR approved for that same project. We completed some SCADA upgrades to the water treatment plant.
SCADA stands for what?
Oh gosh. Supervisory Control Administration Data Acquisition. It's the it's the communication between the water tanks and the control system of the water plant. So we can control and monitor levels in the tanks. We can control flow rates and pumps, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Tank 1A construction was completed. That was about $2.1 million, it looks like. We completed the rehab pond 1A at the wastewater plant, library HVAC installation, a video inspection of 1/3 of our wastewater collection system, and we produced a storm drain facilities map. A few more. There's irrigation system and planting at the flood project mitigation area. We maintain those. We updated some no parking signs in downtown to allow more parking during off-peak times or during non-working hour times for folks coming into town, visitors. Planted 5 trees for Arbor Day, a maple and Crane Park, and assistance with the St. Helena Elementary School. Design installation of a new playground at McCullough Park, and replaced the progressive design play structure at Miley Park.
Mm-hmm.
I got some pictures. That's the one at McCullough Park.
Mm-hmm.
That was done with a lot of volunteers. There's just a bench that was installed, memorial bench that was installed on Madrona. We put in some bike racks at the library. There's the tank project that was recently completed. And there's Pond 1A now rehabbed and back in service after several years of being not used. So the goals for public works operations for this year, presented in this budget, close the funding gap for Upper York Creek Ecosystem Restoration Project. We still are $1.5 million short, according to the latest estimates. We've got to complete some repairs at Lower York Creek Reservoir. These are being dictated by Department of Health Services. There's some slide gate, valve gate, and dam embankment repairs that need to be done. The next two have the council logo on them for council strategic objective, developing a facilities master plan, initiating asset management system. These are part of the strategic objectives to make sure that our infrastructure is properly planned and maintained. The facilities master plan is in there for about $80,000, and asset management is about $50,000 we have budgeted. And that includes some base mapping, which is the next bullet. And then also, in reference or in response to the survey results that identified bathroom cleaning and trash pickup as the 2 highest priorities for the community when it comes to parks, we're going to analyze staffing levels for government buildings and parks to make sure we're effectively delivering those services. Additionally, clean and inspect storm drain facilities as required for maintenance and for our discharge permit requirements. I also have a goal in there to implement a sidewalk repair program. This is important for ADA compliance, as well as just trying to be efficient with delivering improvements to the community. And then sewer repairs as identified by recent video inspections. The last one is evaluating the potential to provide garage services to other local jurisdictions. We've done a really good job in the city of providing garage services internally, customers. We're thinking this might be an opportunity to share resources with another agency. There it goes. This is the budget for Public Works Operations and Administration. The details are in the binder on pages, well, there's a bunch of different departments that are rolled up in here. It's 90, 94, 98, 103, 107, 112, and 116. Anything, it's buildings. This includes buildings, storm, streets, trees, parks, and garage. They're all rolled up into this table. The next slide, I'll highlight the changes. It includes adding the water conservation coordinator position. It includes purchasing a wood chipper to share between the different divisions, and you'll also, water and wastewater also share in that because it's something we will rotate through the divisions. And then includes the contracts I mentioned before, which is updating the base mapping, an ADA improvement plan, and a facilities master plan.
Oh, thank you very much.
If you think back to the org chart, I had the project manager, assistant engineer position as an either or. So an additional unfunded need that I have is that assistant engineer position to assist with CIP project management, delivery, and then the building related activities, planning related activities, plan checking, design review. Currently, the city has a contract with Coastland Engineering to provide contract staff. And so it's pretty efficient for us right now, but it could be better. So we have them 1 day a week, and it's really helpful to have something like that available to handle the peaks and valleys and manage, keep things workload nice and smooth and help us maintain good customer service to residents. Service options. So we talked about trying to find ways to do more with less. These are some options I discussed with city manager about ways Public Works could help in that effort. So the three, they're probably the highest general fund utilizing divisions would be park maintenance, street sweeping, and garage. Those are also kind of the ones that are traditionally in Public Works. They can be contracted out fairly easily. They also can be shared services with other agencies. Looking at it now, though, it really comes down to a level of service, and we'd have to do service reductions in order to save any money. You'd have to maintain parks less, sweep the streets less, or do something different with the garage. And then the last one is postpone filling water conservation coordinator. It's a tough choice because there's so many, as the city manager mentioned in the beginning, the regulations are continually changing for that with the drought situation. And frankly, with trying to implement the program and get it up and running, we really need somebody full-time. But I felt like we had to put it in here as an option for the council, recognizing the recent budget changes. So I think that's all I wanted to say about that one.
But again, that's going to come out of the water enterprise.
It is 100% water enterprise funded. It's about $120,000 per year for that position. Now we'll get into the enterprise funds. First one is water enterprise. Purpose of water enterprise is basically provided production and distribution of clean, safe water. We do that we have 4 sources of water: Bell Canyon Reservoir, which flows through Lewis Australia Water Treatment Plant. We have Stonebridge Wells, and we get water through City Napa through the Rutherford Pump Station. We also have to maintain the system, read the meters, fire hydrant maintenance, water leak repairs, and comply with state health guidelines. Our achievements this year: we replaced the failed drain valve in the sedimentation basin at the water treatment plant. The plant, we also optimized the coagulation to reduce chemical costs and improve treatment. We fully implemented a backflow program, which involves making sure all the backflow preventers in town are maintained annually. And then for the first time in several years, we did a system-wide water system flushing and fire flow testing. So our goals for the coming year, again, there's a number of them highlighted with the City Council strategic objective icon related to maintaining our current system and having a functional maintenance program. We have complete Bell Canyon mid-valve replacement. We have, real briefly, an intake tower has 3 valves, high, middle, low. The middle one needs to be replaced. Repair and maintain tanks, maintain water system, complete water leak survey, upgrade Holmes tank, Madrone Knoll pump station communications upgrade, and upgrade.
What is the Holmes tank?
So we have a concrete tank that it's old.
Just where is it?
Where
Is that the one by Lower Reservoir?
Yes, that's the one by Lower Reservoir. Yes, I'm trying to think of the street name.
No, it doesn't
yes,
matter.
by
It's
Lower
just-
Reservoir, yes.
Just trying to remember which one it is.
Beaver Road, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Didn't realize it had a name.
It's the Holmes tank, and it's a rectangular concrete tank. It's
Yeah.
showing some signs of wear and needs to be replaced. Here's the water expenses by department. So non-departmental jumps out at me as a large number, and what that is it's our debt service. So it's bonds, paying back the bonds. That's the majority of that cost, and then you can see the other departments take a little bit because they help administer the water department. The largest chunk being water operations, all the way on the right-hand side there. This is the budget summary for this year. Coming up, the detail is on pages 128, 134 of the budget book. Let's see if the next slide has what I want. Again, this includes the cost share for the wood chipper, an additional water treatment operator that we hired this year to meet the minimum state requirements to operate the plant. And then there's my unfunded additional needs, is deferred maintenance and capital improvements that, as I mentioned before, we're not transferring any money to capital projects at this time. We're just trying to deliver the ones we've already committed to delivering. And wastewater enterprise fund. The purpose here is to collect and treat wastewater. We have a wastewater treatment and reclamation facility, one lift station, and a collection system that I think we have like 19 miles of pipe. Maintain the sewer and comply with water board requirements. This year we cleaned 10 miles of those sewer mains. Our division was fully staffed. Slip-lined a few lateral locations that were high priority for us for I&I and repairs, and updated the sewer system management plan. Our goals for this year are to implement a wastewater facilities evaluation. It was recently completed this year. We need to get started delivering some of the projects identified in that evaluation. Including in that is reclamation, field, irrigation improvements. We want to continue our sewer repairs that we've identified with our recent video project and enhance our staff certifications. There's the wastewater expenses by department. Again, non-departmental is bond service, so it's paying down bonds. There is the budget. One thing that jumped out is our utilities are projected to go up a little bit next year because now that Pond 1A is back in operation after being down for several years, we're going to have increased pumping and aeration costs. Otherwise, it's pretty much flat. And unfunded additional needs, again, deferred maintenance, streets, buildings, parks, capital improvements. I'm going to jump to capital improvement program now. Some basic principles of the CIP. We want to do a 5-year, and I'll back up real quick. So today, I'm not presenting the 5-year CIP today. I will bring that back at a future council meeting. I just wanted to give a list of projects and give a flavor for what I'm looking at when I develop the CIP, and we'll work with staff to put together. I've presented in the budget and in the presentation there the projects that we're going to work on this year. Again, I'm not asking for any new money for capital projects. I'm taking money that's already been allocated and transferred to capital projects funds, and I might be shifting projects around a little bit to deliver the ones that are more important or higher priority to, as I feel as a director and also at council direction. But we're not presenting the 5-year CIP at this time. We'll bring it back in the future. So it does cover a 5-year. We'll cover a 5-year period. Ideally, they'd be updated annually. It's a living document. The goal is to implement a general plan based on funding availability and city council direction. And at this time, that direction includes the strategic objectives of maintaining existing infrastructure. So the CIP is really focused on maintaining our existing infrastructure. Funding. For streets, main funding sources are gas tax, development impact fee, and Measure T and grants. For 15-16, the projects that I'm proposing in the budget and will be in the 5-year CP are a pavement rehab program for this year, the bike lane striping on Crane Avenue, which is between Grayson and it just goes like 1,000 feet east of there into the residential area, or north of there. Sorry. Mitchell Street sidewalk gap closure, that has grant funding attached to it. Pope Street bike lanes, that has grant funding attached to it. Main Street Grayson traffic signal, that has state grant funds attached to it. Access ramp upgrades is an ongoing program just to keep trying to replace a certain amount of ramps every year and keep them compliant with ADA. And then curb gutter sidewalk repair as high priority areas are identified. And also that would come together with the sidewalk repair program policy that I'm looking to implement this year. For streets, additional needs are a reliable pavement maintenance funding source. So it's as I presented in the payment management report I did last month or 2 months ago. I don't know how long. Feels like a long time. We have $8.9 million we need over the next 5 years to maintain or to improve the PCI index to 80. Right now we're at 58. So it's really important that we have some kind of reliable source so we can keep our streets maintained and keep that PCI from falling any farther. For civic projects, our funding general fund, there are some bocce fund projects, and the Ryan Library Trust funds some projects as well. 15-16, so I have downtown restrooms there at the top. What I'm proposing to do with this is we had some money set aside for a Signorelli barn restoration. That project, though, it kind of stalled, and the actual cost, when I was looking at it for how much it would cost to actually deliver that project, I realized it's going to be really hard to get there based on our current budget. We can't do it with what we have now. We'd have to find more money somehow, go after grant funding. And I'd heard a lot from the community about these restroom project downtown that kind of got started, and the Renaissance Committee is working on it. And I work with the city manager, and we felt like, let's present this to you as the option. We're going to construct downtown restrooms as a city project. We're going to stop working on the Signorelli barn restoration. We'll take that money and use it for this project instead, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver some restrooms downtown. I want to finish up the library HVAC repair or replacement, library roof repairs, softball lights, shooting range cleanup, and then just annual building maintenance projects as they come up. Additional needs, I don't, these almost go without saying. City Hall, I mean, if you've been around City Hall, if you've been around the police facility, if you've been to my corporation yard, you've been to our wastewater facility building, you can see their outdated facilities, and the city needs to start planning and how to get those facilities upgraded and to a point where they're really usable and more, in this century. So that's going to be part of the facilities master plan we're undertaking as part of Public Works Administration. Will be to help identify what are these things going to look like, how much money should we plan on budgeting for these projects, and then funding them will be another matter, but we have to start the planning process first, so they're in here. Wastewater, funding from wastewater projects, wastewater rates, development impact fees, and grants. Projects I want to work on this year, just some annual maintenance projects. Regulatory compliance, our discharge permit to the river is up for renewal this year. We've already started working on a report. It's called a report of waste discharge. Is a report we have to do every time it renews. So we're working on that to be done by October. And then pond 2 and 3 levee repairs. These are just all maintaining the current facility and trying to make it operate more efficiently. Reclamation field improvements, improve solids management, construct solids pond, splitting pond 3, automating disinfection so our guys don't have to work 24 hours. This is probably an educational piece for everybody, but it's really amazing. We discharged for, I think it was 4 days of a winter. It's the first time in several years we've discharged to the river. And when we do that, we have to disinfect the water, which would normally, but then we have to remove, I forget what it's called, blank in the term, but we have to remove the disinfection. So we have to disinfect it, and then we got to reduce the residual chlorine levels down to a level that's safe for the aquatic species before we can discharge it. And we don't have an automated process for that. So operators are literally out there splitting shifts. They're out there the whole time it's discharging. And it's, anyway, it has to be fixed. It's just not fair. I mean, I feel bad for these guys. They're out there all night long sampling and dumping chemicals in, and it's just, it needs to be fixed. So I think I'm embarrassing the city manager over there. I'll stop talking about that one. We'll move on. Additional needs. So there are some additional needs that were identified in the wastewater facilities evaluation.
Wait, before you get there, what is meant by the new well?
There is a drinking water well out there that for the building and the operators to use, and they can't use it anymore.
Okay.
So wastewater. So these are additional projects that were identified in our recent wastewater facilities evaluation that I just can't identify the funding for yet. They're kind of expensive projects. They need to be kept on people's radar, kept in the CIP, but right now we're not funding them yet. So we have algae removal. We need to improve the algae removal at our plant. I'm hoping some of the other improvements we have programmed this year will do that, but until some of these other projects get done, we won't know. Wastewater reclamation with the drought, the value of water, and trying to be efficient and good stewards of the environment. We need to look at wastewater reclamation to reuse for irrigation in town, and then part of that is reclaimed water transmission, trying to get that water from the plant out to users, which is often storage and transmission are huge components of using reclaimed water. You can generate it, but if you can't store it for when it's used or you can't get it to users, it's useless. But the plant upgrades are very simple as compared to storage and transmission, and then the facility building again. Water. Water projects are funded by water rates, bonds, development impact fees, and grants. So this year we have water rights and permitting. We have Bell Canyon mid-valve replacement I mentioned earlier. Well filter rehab, that project's already underway. Just the filters at Stonebridge wells are getting old and need to be rehabbed. It's pretty standard. We'll get that done this year. Lower York Creek Reservoir rehab, I mentioned that before, some repairs to valve gates and the evaluation of the dam embankment as required by Division of Health Safety and Division of Dams. Pump station upgrades, Tank 2 rehab. We just finished Tank 1, now we got to work on Tank 2. The Upper York Creek Ecosystem Restoration Project, Holmes Tank upgrade, Meadowood Tank upgrade, Bell Canyon Creek inflow monitoring. This is required by the state that we work on this project to monitor how much water is coming into Bell Canyon so we can bypass flows in the appropriate quantities. Dwyer Road Pump Station is a joint project with Calistoga and City of Napa to increase pressures at the lower end or upper end of the valley. And then sludge handling at the water plant. So I got some additional unfunded needs here for capital projects at water that are pretty expensive that we'll need to take a look at in the coming years. And they're just based on an assessment of the current conditions and where we're at today. The Bell Canyon Reservoir Intake Tower will need to be replaced sometime soon. It's a steel structure, so it's going to need to be upgraded soon. Bell Canyon Valve House improvement needs to be done. The reservoir dredging, the lower valve on that tower, as I mentioned, there's 3 valves, high, middle, low. We're replacing the middle valve. The low valve is frequently within sediment and muck, and so there's some need to be dredged. It's a project that hasn't really been evaluated that thoroughly, but I'm putting on the radar that it's something we need to look at in more detail. And then the 12-inch transmission main on Main Street down by Rutherford needs to be replaced. That's just a small section, not the whole thing. I think that's it for me.
Okay. Any initial discussion by council?
I know I went through a lot there.
Let me ask you about dredging. People in the community occasionally do ask me about whether Bell Canyon needs to be dredged. Has there been any even a quick analysis of that issue? Are we losing capacity at the reservoir at this point because of materials that have fallen in over the years?
I'm not aware of losing any capacity. I know it's been challenging to use the low valve, the bottom valve in the intake tower, but I just know it's a project that's been in the 5-year CIP. I'm keeping it in there, but I don't have any evaluation at this time to show if there's any storage lost.
Okay. And then one other quick point, and I know I saw it somewhere in the document and I meant to mark it, but something absolutely dear to my heart, and I hope, Tracy, you're listening closely, which is you had in there as a goal somewhere taking a look at replacing our street lights with LED lights. Now, I know the city of Napa has done that, and my belief is that the city of Napa got a loan from the state to facilitate that, and it's clear that LED lights will drive down your operating costs over what we currently pay. And so there I see both better lighting, longer lasting lighting, and perhaps less operational expense, and the capital cost may be to a significant extent financeable and offset by the operational reduction in cost. So that's dear to my heart.
I'd be happy to work with Tracy on that. I'm sure she would be happy too. First step of that would be to evaluate which street lights are city operated. I know we have some in town that are PG&E, but I've been involved with LED replacements in other jurisdictions, and it's a great program.
Right, and I certainly have been noticing them in Napa every time I go.
Can we go back to your first comment about the intake and the sedimentation or buildup in Bell Canyon? And would you really put a lower intake valve such that it's going to quickly get covered? Don't you think that was designed where it was 5 feet above the bottom or 10 feet above the bottom at some point?
That would stand to reason. I just don't have enough information on whether or not how much sedimentation's occurred or how the initial design was.
But if it were 5 or 10 feet over the whole area of our reservoir, it could be a significant amount of water, right?
Could be, yeah.
Seems like a worthwhile exploration.
Well,
expensive.
And the cost? And how do you take Bell Canyon out of service to dredge it if you have to take out of service?
You can dredge with a suction dredge while you're operating or not?
We have to evaluate the impacts on our operations and how we take in water. If we're stirring up sediment and muck that's then getting sucked into our system, it causes problems operating the plant. We have trouble meeting the disinfection requirements. We have trouble meeting total suspended solid requirements.
So it might not be feasible.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Well,
it's something to look at.
I think one of the things where staff is seeking direction and where I think we have previously provided direction, but where I would suggest respectfully that we continue to provide direction is that we undertake the necessary studies and then assess whether we need, which it appears that we do, a rate increase on both the water and wastewater side. Personally, I would prefer to avoid 2 rate increases on the water side. Obviously, if we're pushed into it and you say we must do it for our system to survive, so be it. But I think it's from the purposes of explaining to the public just what we need. It's to me better to have a good consultant study, as we did back in 2011, that backs up exactly what we need and shows exactly how it's going to be funded and what can be borrowed and so on, and do it at one time. And last time, to its great credit, the community accepted what was then a 58% water rate increase. We all recognized that we had been deferring issues for a very long period of time, and it's also obvious to me that costs have increased. You just mentioned that the cost of Tank 1A was what, $2.1 million?
$2.1 million, I believe. Yes.
Whereas my memory of the cost from 2010 was that it was about $1 per storage gallon, or about $1.2 million. So we are faced with very significant increases with respect to these infrastructure improvements, but they're vital to our survival, as I see it.
On top of that, I think that, we're dealing with problems of lots of deferred maintenance over decades, and I don't think we can afford to not spend time looking at wastewater reclamation and both storage and transmission. I don't know how much time we can afford to in the next budget cycle, but I think it's something we need to focus on, or we're going to look at ourselves, 20 years from now and say, gosh, I wish we hadn't been not pursuing that. So I don't know if everyone else agrees, but I know there are some large, amounts of funding coming from the state over the next couple of years, and now is the time to really explore that.
Another thing for Tracy to go after.
She's nodding affirmatively.
Steve, I have just a question with respect to the last rate study and how that aligns with all of the projects that we now have. I'm kind of confused in terms of the life of that last rate study. It was in 2011, and I'm thinking, did we just do a bad study and not project all these costs, or all these new costs, capital improvement costs that were not anticipated? Because, these studies are expensive, and we rely on this information, and 2011 is not that far long ago. And, are we going to be doing rate studies every 3 or 4 years to raise our rates? If there was a problem with that rate study, I recommend that we not use that firm again, because I'm just really troubled by the fact that we have to do another rate study. Maybe the information that was given at that time was weak, but maybe that's more of a question for Jennifer. But I'm frustrated by the fact that we have to spend more money.
She does want to answer. I want to start, though.
There's a question in there.
I would like to start first. At least the project list hasn't changed really that much. And I haven't drilled into the project costs to know how much they've changed. That's about the extent of I've gone through the extent of my own reading through the rate study and evaluating. Is the project list hasn't really changed. The project costs, again, I haven't dove into detail to know exactly which ones have gone up.
Well, I can respond in detail to this question because I was deeply involved, which was every effort was made in 2011 to identify the capital needs on the water system and to cost them out. The hope was that they would be tackled soon after the rate increase went into effect and the bond money became available. As it would turn out, and as things just generally turn out, it often takes more time, significantly more time, to accomplish what you think you're going to accomplish, and the costs escalate. And the cost of Tank 1A, to me, is the perfect example of that, where maybe my memory is failing me, but my memory is pretty strong that it was about $1.2 million, and you said it was about $2.2 million when it was all said and done. That's what happens to you. But at the end of the day, these improvements are absolutely necessitous, and it's going to get ever more expensive to us the longer we continue to not implement them. And yes, there was an expectation when that rate increase went into effect in 2011 that from then on it would be everything would be fine other than just a cost of living type increase. And yours truly didn't believe it for a moment at that time. It's just not the way things turn out.
I didn't believe it either.
Okay.
And one of the reasons that, I had questions that when we established those rates from that study, I think we didn't take into account that we were actually going to really conserve water. And I think through our conservation, we lowered our revenues coming into the funds, and so we kind of defeated our own purpose that way. But we did get conservation.
Well, I think it's fair to add here that when you read through the recent orders of the Water Board, one point they make is that as conservation efforts are moving forward and water use is reduced, all systems are going to have to look at their rates because it is going to have a significant cost impact. The governor and his agents made that very clear.
And there's one piece of the puzzle that hasn't been mentioned. It's the rate study actually recommended a higher percentage increase. And it was 80 or 85, I don't recall. It was in the 80s, though. And so council determined that a 58% increase at the time was more palatable and appropriate with the smaller cost of living increases. So that's really one of the main things was the rate study indicated it needed to go another step higher, and it didn't. So that's another part. Right now, as you saw from the opening slides, the wastewater fund is balancing. It's the water fund that's coming up slightly short.
Well, I guess, again, the bottom line, I think, from all of us is that we need a new rate study and a new wastewater study, and then we'll proceed from there.
And our hope is that it's an update and not a full. But one needs to be very cautious with Prop 218 and how we charge for services. We need to make sure this is an enterprise fund and we can't charge for services we're not providing, nor can there be costs that are not associated with providing those services. And so that nexus study and the reason for doing that is very, very important. So hopefully it's just an update is what we neither one of us have had the chance to look at it, but that's what we're hopeful of.
Yeah, and I also recall that in that rate study, it made the point that within 1 year, which did not happen, we would be taking a look at whether we could have differential rates for outside the city users on the ground, that the cost of supplying water to them was higher. And that, I would hope, would be part of a new study. So, in any event...
if there were such an incremental charge, could that revenue only go into the water fund?
If it's related to the water,
yeah,
I believe so.
Okay.
Well,
but I would have to ask the attorneys. I don't know specifically, but I would assume so, but I don't know.
I mean, part of the philosophy, which may or may not be past legal muster, but in terms of tiered rates, would be that we might be able to justify them on the ground that Napa water should be charged to users that use more water. Napa water being considerably more expensive than water produced at our treatment plants. So I would hope that would be part of any look at tiered rates. I think we have to operate on the assumption that the Capistrano case is going to hold up. Prop 218 case.
Is there any discussion or feedback with regards to the service options related to Public Works Administration, the privatization or shared services of the park maintenance, the street sweeping, the garage, any kind of service reduction, or the water conservation coordinator position?
So one question I had on that is we talk about shared services with other cities. What about like with parks and fields and things of that nature? What about the school district? Is that possible, or is it too tough because of the state funding for the school district and so on and so forth?
I think when we talk about cities, we're sort of just saying local agencies. I'd be happy to look at the county and the school district as well.
I don't know how. I mean, it could make sense for parks, for instance, or fields.
Mm-hmm.
What slide was that? What slide number was that?
155.
155.
I put it up on the screen there.
154. Huh? 150.
Well,
so isn't my understanding is that because our increase in water rates included the position of the water conservation coordinator, aren't we sort of bound to fill that position? Could we kick it another year and see how we're doing, or?
You're technically supposed to deliver the services that are included in your rate studies, or in your rates. That's the idea behind it, and it is included. We did have someone part-time or temporary for a few months, and so last year when the voluntary drought came, there was someone there to answer questions and sort of fundamentally support the community. You just need to be careful, and so if you're not interested in filling that position, then it should come out of the rates as a cost, because we're charging the community to have that position right now.
Well, I certainly believe it should be a cost, and it should be included in the new rate study. I've been pretty consistent on that. And here's, obviously we're all hoping that the statewide drought ends, but who knows? And it may not end. And my concern is that while we are not under a mandatory reduction order the way the larger systems are, we are going to have to report by December 15th, I think it is, how we're doing this year versus the base year in 2013. And I can see down the road the State Water Board coming down like a ton of bricks on communities which are not under a current mandatory reduction if they haven't reduced their water usage when they get around to it next year. I mean, I think that could well come, and we need to be prepared, and the water conservation coordinator can help us a lot there.
But for our water fund, we have a projected deficit, right? I mean, our expenditures look like they're down, but our revenues are also down, right? And what's our reserve in that fund? And if we cover that deficit by tapping into the reserve, where are we left at the end of the year?
That was slide.
That's,
It's page 8, slide 15.
the immediate reserve was pretty good.
Right, so for the
I think so. I mean,
was 37% or something?
I thought it was
quite
2%.
water
quite
fund
high,
is
right?
39%.
39%.
So I think the question is, if we're going to revisit the water rates, right, to level out revenues and expenditures, can we justify tapping into that reserve? Obviously, we need you to cover the operational expenses, but also to fill this position.
Well, and that's included. So when you look at on page 7 of your slides, the water fund budget summary, the cost of the water conservation coordinator is in your total expenditures or expenses. It's an enterprise fund for this proposed budget.
And we're left with a 39% reserve
Correct.
after filling that position.
With filling it.
With filling it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Too.
I think we need to do it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Okay. So I have a yes on filling the water conservation coordinator position. Are you interested in us looking at any privatization or service reduction? So service reductions look like, and it's involves staff again. So if you're not going to mow the lawns as frequently, you're not going to empty the garbage cans, you're not going to clean the restrooms as frequently, you're not going to sweep the streets as frequently. To save money, you ultimately need to eliminate a position, and that's what that looks like. And so we're interested to know if that's something you would like us to bring back, any kind of change in service levels for those services.
and assuming that you looked at changes in service levels, what do you think you could accomplish by way of dollars?
It would basically I would say we would start with one position, and consolidate. Keep in mind that in the I think it was 2 budgets ago, the government buildings function was eliminated, but we still have buildings. And so there was sort of this method of, well, we'll call a handyman when we need them, and we did very little routine maintenance. And so the already deteriorating buildings got worse. And so that group has absorbed the government buildings maintenance function. And so they've just been willing to step in and do many of the routine maintenance and handle a lot of those things. So they've taken on a whole nother function at Stephen R.'s request. So no additional staffing, no additional support, no additional funds. They've absorbed this function that needed to be done. You can't just not maintain your buildings.
Right.
And so that's what we had to dig deep. I tell you, we've cut off limbs. There's no low-hanging fruit here.
So I think just like every other department we've looked at, we need to look at a scenario of service reduction and see what the implications are. And then I think it's almost like we need to come back and look at all of them together and start figuring out how to fill that $1 million gap, right? And when will we have clarity with respect to using Measure A for this revolving state debt payment?
Well, it would be one of the outcomes of this meeting that we've had some internal discussions about it, and I've spoken to the mayor about it. But it was one of the outcomes of this that if you direct us to do that, I would then work with the city attorney and my counterpart at the county and the controller for whatever that group is called, the JPA. They have some name.
Yeah, it's the
water something.
Advisory Council.
Yeah. And initiate a formal discussion of, my thought was, could we do some sort of MOU between the city and the JPA and say that the city would be eligible to use the Measure A funds, and if for any reason revenues didn't come in as projected to cover the Measure A funds, the city would then provide general fund to make the fund whole, make the Measure A fund whole, something like that, so that the JPA would be at no risk of allowing us to draw down from the excess Measure A above the 5.2 million. So that was my thought, that would be, but again, it's not going to happen in 6 weeks or 5 weeks. That's the challenge. So,
Well, I think it's fair to say we clearly want you to pursue that, and it's not like this is going to take the folks at the county completely by surprise, because there's been some preliminary discussion.
right.
But I guess what my thinking is that if we can't get a firm answer from the county by mid-late June, we're going to have to plan on the assumption that it's not going to happen, which is very difficult for us.
Yep.
Very difficult for us.
So is that, I just want to clarify that you would like some proposal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
absolutely, sure.
All right.
Now, is there anything more we can provide direction on?
Well, I was going to go through here real quick. I know everybody's really tired, so this was my wrap-up slide, and I just want to kind of quickly go through. This is what I presented at the beginning of the presentation, was any direction. So I have direction to move forward on the Measure A funds. I didn't know if you wanted to talk about the general fund reserve, Mayor. You had mentioned
Oh, I
that.
did, yes. I'm hoping that at least we can achieve consensus that no matter what we do, the general fund reserve, the assigned general fund reserve, cannot be allowed to fall below 20%. It seems to me.
I would agree.
It would seem to me that is we're taking a risk there. If we have a big event, we do have other assets that perhaps could come to our aid. I hope we never have to go there, but at least in terms of cash, I think whatever we do, we can't allow the general fund reserve to go below 20%, the assigned general fund reserve.
Okay.
So
What does that number equal? The
That'd be
5% reduction would be how much money?
It'd be $500,000.
500. Yeah, when you look at slide 6 and 7,
Right.
we'd go down to 15% without any reductions.
Correct.
And we'd be at 27% if we had $1 million in reduction. So maybe we end up at 21% with $500,000 in reduction. Or if we get this Measure A deal to work out, right?
Right, and
I'm okay.
again, what the community needs to understand is that we're just talking about the operational budget. We're not talking about capital improvement programs, which we desperately need, and which is why we clearly need new sources of revenue, including tax revenue, if we're going to sustain ourselves over the future. That's where we are.
Okay, so if we go through, so I have direction on both of those. So we'll build the budget with a 20% reserve, seek the Measure A funds. What I heard the mayor say, and looking for consensus, is that we wouldn't try a short-term rate increase, that we would do the rate study and bring back a full rate review for the council to consider. So that could happen probably in the next, I don't know, 9 to 12 months.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, because especially the people in that field are, I'm sure, overwhelmed with work based upon the new orders coming out of the state.
Yep.
Well, and also, given that we have a 39% reserve in the water fund right now, I think we can afford to Band-Aid it for that time period and then look at reality.
Okay, and we're not drawing from the wastewater, so the wastewater's in the positive.
Correct.
So that's good news. And so we have the money in for the planning, building, and other services that we deliver. So as Victor mentioned, there's some short-term opportunities that we'd like to assess and maybe bring forward to council, and then look at the larger group that I would work with NOAA on and April to bring forward a basically policy direction on cost recovery, on how much you'd like the community to support some of these fees and how much you want full cost recovery for the developers. So we'll work on that, and that'll stay in. Was there any interest in an earlier kind of ballot measure to consider?
Is it, let me ask maybe you don't know the answer. My understanding with respect to the property transfer tax was that it could only be done at the time of a general election when members of the council were running. Is that not true with respect to a sales tax? And
No, a sales tax can be put on, you could have a special election for a sales tax. You could do that in November 2015. You could have a special sales tax. You could do it for a 3-year period of time, a 5-year period of time. If you did it for just general revenue, it would be a 50% plus 1 vote. If you wanted to have a specific use for it or uses, it would take a 2/3 vote. But you could hold an election anytime you wanted. Just pick a date and hold a special election, but there's a cost to that. Or you could try to piggyback it on when we have general elections, which would be November and June. June of next year, not next month.
we talked about a sales tax previously, and I think all of us expressed concern that it's very difficult for us to have a sales tax that is out of line with the sales tax generally in terms of the totality of the sales tax among the Napa, in Napa County and among the cities. And historically, to my understanding, the county and the cities have pretty much moved in tandem with respect to that.
I'm just trying to offer up.
I think we should look at it. I still think, sales tax is one of those things that is mostly funded by our tourists and or visitors into town. And it's extreme times. I think we could make a real case to our citizens to be able to do that. It'd be less burden on our citizens than I think a lot of different taxations. So
well, I think the argument is that we would be putting out there would be, hey, either go for the sales tax and help fund city operations, or if you don't, we're really going to be faced with drastic service cuts, and you cannot continue to expect the level of service in the city to which you should be receiving at current levels of revenue. I mean, that's where we are. So I agree with Peter that sure, let's take a look at it. And
is there an unintended consequence in that? I think the answer is no, but I want to at least talk through it, where people, I don't think someone's going to say, look, I'm not going to go to St. Helena because I've got to pay X% more.
Did I have to pay 0.5% sales tax extra?
Right.
I don't think anybody even looks at it.
I think you're right. I don't think they'll notice the difference. I could see maybe, you're coming here. I don't think you're going to notice it in the restaurants. Are you going to choose to buy some wine in Yountville instead of here? If you want the wine, you're going to pay, right?
Yeah.
But we need to ask those questions.
Okay, so on to the.
But I also think it should be for the general fund. It shouldn't be to a specific purpose.
Okay, general.
And perhaps for a limited time, as Peter, as a councilperson White suggested, and maybe we can make the point that we're in this box because of the, which we are, because of the 1.6 million general fund hit out of the 1.9 million.
That's one of the reasons.
Yeah, and maybe limited it to until Measure T comes online, we could tie it to a number of different things.
Well,
a period of time that gives us a chance to actually generate some more revenues through possible TOT and some other means.
You'll come back to us with options, how much money we could generate, and the likelihood that we can get a measure passed.
There's a very short period of time when we're going to see you again. So we'll do the best that we can. Basically, a half cent is $1 million. Because we bring in about 2.2 million, 2.1 million in sales tax. So that's 1%. That's what we get out of the sales tax currently.
Okay, my only reservation is that if we get too tax happy, we will defeat or damage our credibility or make it harder for us to pass the transfer tax down the road. If you have a series of taxes, psychologically people get a little frustrated with that, and
sure.
I would want to, if there's $1 million, and I want to compare that and kind of get a sense of, which one should we be going for. I don't want one to detract from the other.
We're talking about exploring it and thinking about it, not that we're going to do it right now.
Right. So what we would bring back around the very 1st of June would be, as best as we can, sort of an analysis behind these options so that you would have at least some data. It can't be very detailed. We just don't have the staff and the time to do very detailed analyses, but we'll do the very best that we can. And then from that, maybe be able to give us at least some direction to balance the budget. Again, it's, probably 50% is going to have to come from the reserves, but that's going to keep you at the 20%, and then be able to look for some cuts and hopefully some revenue options so that you're starting to see, because this needs to be a strategy, so you need to start to switch, that you have less revenues coming in than you have expenses. You need to switch that around, and so those strategies are going to start to make that happen. And so some of the service cuts are going to help us get there, and then some of the revenue is going to take a little bit longer, but that's going to be part of the formula for being financially stable.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a tough year. There's no question. Okay, so then for long term, there's still...
On the short term, though, and we sort of, it was one of the first departments we looked at, and we moved through it quickly. I think we do need to look at legal and whether or not there's some savings there as part of this package solution for the short term.
I have the list, so when we get to expenditure options, I have the list of what we talked about, so I'm going to rattle through that just to confirm.
Okay.
So these are revenues. So long term, I still have money in to do a real property transfer tax review and work with a consultant to be able to, for the city charter and the property tax. I don't have any money per se, but that was part of your strategic objectives with annexations and transient occupancy tax. Obviously, we have some opportunities for hotels. I've already spoken to Noah about that. And so we'll be continuing to put staff efforts towards those hotels existing as well as new hotels. Was there any interest in us assessing what properties we own and any opportunities to sell them or lease them?
Several years ago, we looked at the possibility of leasing some properties, long-term lease, so we don't actually lose the property. We just monetize it partially and then create a long-term lease stream. I think it would make sense to revisit that.
Okay.
I do too.
What property are we talking about?
Well,
there's the City Hall property,
well, and there's the Signorelli Barn.
Signorelli Barn.
Okay, and the Adams Street property.
And the Adams Street property, there's the property next to the teen center that's being leased out. Is that the right
We're land
lease?
rich and we're cash poor.
Yeah.
And I'm not a proponent of selling off land, but if there's long-term structures that can also create potential businesses that bring in more revenue, that could be a win-win. And that land comes back to the city 50 years from now, or whatever the leasehold is. I think we need to look at that.
Okay. Oh, my list is getting longer. I said that out loud, didn't I?
Yeah. It's okay.
Okay. All right, so now going to expenditure options. So we had department
One other revenue option that isn't on here that I know has been controversial but could have some interesting positive impacts is wine train disembarkment.
Okay.
And there's a whole host of, I'm sure there are negatives perceived out there, but I think there are some positives that could be generated.
It's too late to get into that in some detail, but that's a very complicated problem.
I hear that.
Yes.
That's got, yes. Okay.
As is annexation.
Yes.
Extremely
yes, I'm learning.
complicated.
I've been here almost a year. I've learned a lot of history. Okay, so from an extended expenditure standpoint, this is what I have on my list. I need to know whether you're interested in postponing filling the ACM position. Quite frankly, that would be my recommendation at this time.
Yes.
Okay. We're looking at the city attorney's budget, so I'll have a conversation with him, see if there's opportunities. Again, we could cut a little bit out and then come back at mid-year if maybe things are going a little bit better and we've been able to settle some of our litigation. And so I have that. We're going to look at library service reductions to see what options that would look like and what we would save, maybe in increments of 100, 200, and 300. And also look at the option of consolidating the library and community services, the library and recreation, to see what that would do, what it could enrich, what it could save, what the benefits of that might be. For police department, we want to look at consolidating with what it would look like if we consolidated with Calistoga and the sheriff's office, and what service reductions would look like in the police department.
Right.
What's even feasible from a safety standpoint and what we could do. We obviously want to pursue Measure A. That's what I have on my list from the departments. Did I miss anything that anybody had notes on? The policy direction that I received was the 20% for the general fund reserve. I didn't hear any feedback about reducing employee expenses and hours of operation for City Hall. The thought behind that was if you look at employee expenses, we could do things like close between Christmas and New Year's, and people would be unpaid for a couple of days. These require labor negotiations. We could also close on Fridays, and everyone could work a 9-hour work week or a 9.5-hour work week and cut a few hours out of everyone's work hours, but City Hall would have to be closed. You have to have a reduction, but this has an impact on everyone that works at City Hall. And the employees have carried the burden for several years through the recession, but I think it's part of what the council needs to consider.
Didn't we also mention looking at a reduction in level of service in, I guess,
Parks and
maintenance,
yes, Public Works.
right?
Yes. Yes, that was on the list. Was there any interest in us looking at anything like that?
Well, I mean, here we hear that the economy is slowly recovering. There's more economic activity. And to me, it would be very difficult to close City Hall such that it operated 4 days a week.
I understand.
Now, with respect to between New Year's, between Christmas and New Year's, if that's possible, that sounds not unreasonable to me. And I believe, but I may be wrong, that the city of Napa does that. So there's precedent in the county. But again, I could be wrong on that.
Okay. And then the community, as we mentioned, you have monies, nearly $50,000 for community programs. So whether you wanted to continue to fund that for your nonprofit partners or wanted to look at any changes to that.
Well, putting Rianda House aside, because I'm conflicted out, but in general, I think it's hugely important that we continue to fund these not-for-profits because, as they say, they use that as leverage in their own grant proposals, and they're also doing vital work that if we were a larger city with scale, we would have much more significant involvement ourselves. So
I would agree. I think for what little we put out to those organizations, we get such a huge return.
It's like a seed investment.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's at the bottom of the list after we've exhausted all other possibilities to balance the budget as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Agreed.
That's the list that I have. Anything we missed? Any other comments?
No, I think we can stand adjourned. I wanted to, again, express on behalf of the council our appreciation to all of the city staff for the time and effort that went into this. And I think also I'm hoping that our public pays very close attention so that they also have a true command of our issues, which are serious. Thank you very much.
Thank you.